Thank you very much, Tom. Before I ask the Bishop for her opening prayer, I'm going to ask James Morse for the acknowledgement on the land that we stand today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to our meeting. Unfortunately, Chief Peter Collins from Fort William First Nation was not able to be here. He's down in Halifax with his wife, so they were not able to be here. But I just want to acknowledge that in terms of the Health Authority, I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Fort William First Nations, signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. Furthermore, I'd like to acknowledge also that the Soligot First Nations Health Authority acknowledges that it is situated on the traditional territory of Black Soul First Nation, signatory to Treaty Number 3. Regards.
Thank you very much, James, for the acknowledgement of the traditional territories that we stand this morning. With that, I will call upon Bishop Lydia Mamakwa, Indigenous Spiritual Ministry of Mishamkuish, Diocese of Anglican Church of Canada. Bishop.
Mikach, why? Watche kakanagdana magaibiek and the bogan sick, a gominagan kitamagek, and akumuguna. Kananakumaman mandono gakshabag, a mamon work, Weskatapan maga gagi malchit nanogaban. Michiganakumban, a sick, minuat mamoskayank. A gomina, Janakumai commando. Minukiak Mawa Geminakisagak. Miano Uminuan was our insecure and how it got the benchigate. Amen. I just want to say good morning to everyone, and we are thankful that we are gathered here. It has been a long time, and it is good to be together. And we give thanks to our Creator for giving us this beautiful day, and that is a gift to all of us. So if we can if we can be still and let us pray to our God. What's the cause on Utama, Okusama, Minagaganastachak, Emiadan. Got the bench get them yawn, Gabatstoman, Kagiswap my quality jam nanak, a totem water sukshabaya. We will say the Lord's Prayer. I'm going to be using the Cree language as our elders and our parents taught us every morning. They had morning prayers and evening prayers. So let us pray. No town actually so gaitan, Katoksten Chikadeus Nakazon. Dogma gadoch bano gadentamon, doitogado deskinda suchizong. Minan skagis gagoch matsiak, webentamona maganonitionana, a servant mortgaganiganto diamachik, Egana magatinagis a great chigaria, Magamita granamona machakewana, Wesagi negativenerson, Okamaon, Nestagaskon, Nestagstentaxon, Gaige Nestagaike. Amen. Debet again, the Machim Nan. Kananakum gonogum, Gakshebayak. Wagamin Shiagabat, Pagatanamon, Minawakawivan. Minamawatanakum Yaguagisiga, Gamin Shiag, Min Mervenua. Minin Wabandamang Anesnagok, Kitus Chigan, Agotchinge Nabiak. Nanakuman, or the Vetsigane Mamon Shiaganogum, Gakshebayak. Minawa Asek to Mount Uskayang, the Singavach, Gamin Chiang Matsun. The Betchgang Boxel go Juniganich the Mosia, Gumamachi Donang, Mino kono kap mutuats minagana kitamagewats mamas kiup mutsigeuning wissawen mekakena. O devetsigeen. Wihkanuendan antikansapap matsang gapesunak mina dasihkeunanak. Mina doskatsim nanak, mina doasim nanak. Wihkanuenamek. Lord, we just give you thanks for this beautiful day that you have bestowed upon us. And we are so thankful, Lord, that you have made it possible for us to gather again. And we pray, Lord, that you would be with our families back home, especially our youth and children in the communities. And we pray for the leadership of this gathering, Lord, praying that you would all give us your wisdom and understanding and guidance. And Lord, we just pray that you would be amongst us and remain with us as we meet, that everything may be done according to your will for the benefit of your beloved people. Kano kasay katagitan snima kunse en kihtamonda andagansumanayawats. Epaksenumiagutebetsagain. To seek an emotion how the gaganas that track, joke and otabian, umamachi. And we pray, Lord, that we would have that outpouring of the Spirit to guide us, Lord, in this gathering. So, Lord, we ask that you'll be with us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Usawenchikyon teben meta Jesus Christ, mino saikyon kisumando. Mino wichyon penex tacha. Masuego to shikem kono kakeke. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Tom for the opening song, Bishop for the opening prayer. I'd like to welcome each one of you to this special gathering entitled Honoring Community Voices, Empowering Community Voices Summit. My name is Wally McKay, and I'd like to welcome each one of you. I have the privilege and the honor of facilitating the discussions and the gatherings in the next 3 days. So thank you very much. With that, I'm going to be calling on the Chief's Council on Health for their opening comments. Chief David Mezakiash. Apparently sends his regrets that he's not able to be here. We'll go right to Chief Donnie Morris, who is the co-chair of Chiefs Council on Health. Chief Donnie Morris.
Yeah, watch you get naga. There's a man dangling in Abskuban, Wandajikonik. No one is your capta. He couldn't mit siak. A crab match dog, the Jikonam, Dunchnim Nanak. Mitchell Munyaun, Nantikion Gaujo, Ukskayak. And a nat Namakan de Guja, Osme Spindizak, Wagach New York. Kinetta he goes nam, mina gitak shot son nam, mina mam nejganak son, stehia. Mr. Swagga Gajibia a biak. Egi wakauta ho wakwak so I would sugak. Gianman, Kendan had take one here, Cogitat Shimnana Kojak son. Egwina dit, a gouts in Hishkag watch, so I give Butchgak. I got this mirage in Akumiang in a sharp skamak, Wagas Sigok, a Sigon and Mauchidjak, Gaji Makamionia Woods, Niven Chinaja Mashna, and Sigon Sugundabaston, a Sigok again in Aja, with Gabutsia. I got sick quick the Mac gaining a Ganiganitamagian, Mibugo and Shenebugo, Omunia and Kunigan at Tarman. We're getting rich Shinman Gabiabiak. I need I was going to what the Mac Guichigo na Mascuichidon. Osme we my judok. Basic kegungiunattuumun kchamaskiune ejigi ayamistamagwak. Kimunsa hiundinedan mimage inuichajistibahatamak utayamun uniganistamagion adagzon. Andegin ismajudots gainuich andajikionam. Egujayam hiak, ayam higuak, minanataga mauchitnalok piopkuk. Ismajujigach. Ewitamagwak, msogadojgadik. Msohe sek. Msohe eutsugwak. Mr. Tsuegauji Okskayak, and a nat Namakiniguanake, when I know it Nigan, is Bagam Skagwak, Tajikonan, and Minakitakstona. You know what I'm in Tazigiga, the Gakstak Seke Guna Akson, as I'm staying Niak. The Gots Osmejiga got Negate, where Solkout Health Authority got again in Magadrichan, and in Osmegis Mascot to a cure, Gogwetuonik, Okumaunik, Gumina Wichionik. Stehigno dessemen maskiuko gagon mina maskiunwak and kinagnake chagom gonga jamnak gonagakne naga tabajgategen michega boja bishan geninak natumgana ke gonjuji kitana gmina de gizwichek esbapej gakwegaya biak kawenendan kanandan naba desmaga bishan jinedman ayamen kitten ke gonga gajumukan janojonatek Kitonakuniones Nanagig Wagach New York. Michia Mandogo Shen Wagakina, Jigijon Gundabaston Hagabijan, Moangain in Mandominigon, when Jigijon Gans Newman, Gans Newman Donaguk, Michia Mandogo Shen Wagakna. Watch ya.
Thank you very much, Chief Donnie Morris. I will now call upon Howard Mashaki. I almost said Chief Howard Mashaki. Howard Mashaki is the Vice Chair of the Sulakot First Nations Health Authority. Please make welcome Howard Mashaki here.
I have so many things here. You can tell I'm well prepared. Yeah, right. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank everyone. And the opening prayer. I would like to say thanks to SLFNHA for organizing this event and its continued efforts to support First Nation healthcare. I would like to thank Fort William First Nation and its Chief and Council for allowing us this opportunity. I thank NAN, community chiefs and councils, health directors, tribal councils, and everyone else that has joined us today for this event. So we have a busy next 3 days, and I'll just go over a little bit of the agenda with you. So today at 11, we'll have our first actually in 9:30 keynote speaker, James Morris. And at 11, we'll have our break. 11:15, we'll break into the panels, tribal council updates on health transformation. At 12:30, we'll have our lunch. At 1:30, preliminary session, principles of community engagement. 2:30, our health break. 2:45, breakout sessions, feedback on proposed community engagement processes. And then at 4:15, recap of the day. 4:30, adjournment of the day one. And then this evening at 5:30, we have a evening dinner banquet celebrating our community champions. For day two, 9 a.m. welcome. 9:10 recap of the day. 9:20 preliminary session, the need to change healthcare system. At 9:40 NAN health transformation. Then a break at 10:30. Resuming at 10:45 breakout sessions. How do we talk to 250,000 people about health transformation. At 12 hours our lunch, and 1 o'clock, bringing home healthcare services closer to communities. 1:30, Hospital Without Borders update. 2:15, breakout session, Hospital Without Borders. And then again at 3:50, recap of the day, and closing at 4. So day 3, welcome is at 9. Recap, the 9:20 healthcare planning with questions and answered period. 10:15 breakout session, healthcare planning, community-based solutions. At 12 o'clock, our lunch. At 1 o'clock, preliminary session, regional supports. 1:45 breakout session, regional supports for community priorities. 3 o'clock, community forum and next steps. Closing remarks starting at 4, drum, and a meeting adjournment at 4:25. So that's the agenda for the next 3 days. So next brings me to why I'm here, besides being the co-chair for SLFNHA. A lot of you know me and my wife, Jeannie Carpenter, and we've been struggling now for 3 years since she suffered her stroke. And we have endured a lot of good and bad hardships during this time navigating the healthcare system. And it's through these experiences that I'm going to be speaking to you today. So during the first year of our journey, we had our share. We've had our share of traumatic events, and the first really big one that we had was the loss of our son, who was murdered on August 31st, 2019. Medically, we've had to endure a lot. Humiliation, personal injury, unprofessionalism, and racism. So that brings me back to my our journey. On May 12, 2020, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, I brought my wife home at the advice of the medical professionals that she would be safer at home rather than in care. And at that time, she was very broken mentally and physically and spiritually. And if nurses or doctors come up to her today and see her, they'll say to her how beautiful she looks, how vibrant she looks, how healthy she looks since I brought her home. And that goes to show how bringing our people home makes a difference, and which plays into health transformation. Is that we as First Nation people for years have been telling the medical system, we want our loved ones home. I'm not even following my notes. I'm just speaking by my heart now. I spoke with Saul yesterday, Saul Mamakwa. And he told me I sound hurt. I sound broken, and I sound harsh. And I told him, well, when you live the life that I've lived for the last 2 years, navigating the system, I'm going to compare this as to the Holocaust, I told him. when they used to play music over and over and over and over to torture prisoners. And that's how I feel navigating the healthcare system, that I'm tortured every day, not by listening to music every day, but by listening to healthcare professionals tell me, no, our policies and procedures don't allow you to do what you want to do. But yet, as First Nation people, we have proof that our ways of life promote healing better than theirs. So what is Jeannie's way? Jeannie's way is a way to integrate Jordan's principle and that of long-term care, disability. So right now, anyone from the ages of 19 to 64, they have no supports. And that's where my wife sits right now. If you ask her age, she's 55, but she's only 51. Her birthday was last month. So she still has 14 more years to wait to get any help from anyone because she doesn't meet the age criteria. So how many do our First Nation people suffer at the hands of the healthcare system because no one wants to help them? And that brings me back to our loved ones. For the 2 years that she was in hospital, 1 year in Sulakot, I seen our elders in the Minyawan hospital sitting there. One time I was walking in and there's these two old men sitting beside the nursing station desk. And all of a sudden they're throwing fists at each other. I'm like, wow. And these are supposed to be our elders, I'm thinking in my head. But then it got me thinking, it's like, you know what? Did anyone ask them if they even like each other when they put them beside each other? And they look to me, they look about the same age. So I'm also thinking in my head, maybe they went to residential school together and they didn't like each other from then. And now here they're put together and they were actually throwing fists at each other. So I was surprised. And it made me sad in a way as well, because I lost my language because of residential school, or for me, it was day school. So I couldn't speak to them in our language. And that hurt me a little bit because I couldn't do that, to at least try to find out why they were fighting. But besides that, what really hurts me the most is that I see our elders, whether it is at St. Joe's, at Regional Hospital in Thunder Bay, or the Minyawan Hospital. And the only thing I can compare it to is a caged animal. When you look at a wild animal, you see life in it. Then when you go into a hospital setting and you look at our elders, it reminds me of a caged animal that has lost its spirit, has lost its will, has lost its hope. And you can see it in their eyes. So that's why I do this today. And let's face it, we're all getting older. We're not getting younger. And one day this is going to be one of us sitting in a hospital or long-term care facility. And that's what hurts me the most, is that our elders sit there in a hospital, no one visiting them, no one speaking to them, and no interaction. And through family experience, no one in our family has lived longer than 3 years in a care facility. So when I ask the medical world for help, I get told no, and I get told put her back into care. So basically they're telling me, say goodbye to your wife now, because in 3 years she's going to be dead. So I don't know if anyone in this room would be willing to do that to their loved one, but that's the way I think or see it as. We're basically signing away our loved ones by accepting the unprofessionalism of the medical system. So lastly, I'd like to speak about on Jeannie's way is, for myself, I've been given two options. I put her back into care or I quit my job and look after her. So before I put her back in the hospital, I'll quit my job and look after her myself if that's what it takes. So how do we integrate what I'm talking about into health transformation? Well, I have ideas. I have suggestions. I don't know if they're solutions, but at least it's a starting point. I think the one of the biggest things that hurt me the most is for the time I've been doing this with my wife, no one has come to us besides SLFNHA to ask us what we need to live a better life. I think in order for us to bring our loved ones home, we need to go and see them, to feel their pain, to have a better understanding what they go through every day. I'm going to share a little story of that was told to me yesterday by Chief Bull. He said, I took one of my best friends to Fort Francis and dropped them off in a home. And later on, I went to go visit him and I didn't even recognize him. He had lost so much weight. He was on a breathing machine, and that's what we're doing to our people. Now, for the 2 years that I've had my wife home, she was about 130 pounds. The loss of our son, her mind was broken. Her spirit was broken. Her will to live was broken. And since that time, she's gained her weight back. I wish she hasn't, because I got to lift her in my arms to get her in and out of her wheelchair sometimes. But her will to live is what really improved. And that's why I believe if we can bring our people home, they'll thrive and live much healthier lives and longer. So thank you for listening to that part of my speech. I'd like to thank everyone that has come here today and taken this opportunity. I know sometimes I sound harsh and rough when I talk, but I speak from passion. I speak from living the experience firsthand. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Howard, for your presentation. And I want to thank you for doing my job, which is I was going to do now, and that's go over the agenda.
See,
But
right here, guys,
anyway,
at the bottom, see where it says
the agenda has
interpretation?
been reviewed.
You just click
I
on
just
that.
want to say
and you
one
pick
thing about the
Oji
agenda.
Creek.
And I want to recall what Chief Donnie.
He might not be
said.
talking at this second, but
And that is, we are here to discuss. And
so the
talk
interpreter
about
might not be
health.
talking right now. so it's
Each
still
one
not,
of
but it's
us are
definitely up
here
and
for a
running.
purpose.
See, it says
None
Oji
of
Creek
us
there.
are what he said, nobody. Consider ourselves nobody. we have something to contribute. We will be breaking into sessions.
Yeah, I'll go
Give
talk to her.
opportunity for everyone to have a say. Remember, it's honoring community voices, and we need to hear those voices. And so with that, I'm going to call upon James Morris, Chief Executive Officer and President of SLFNHA, to set the context of this gathering in place as we move forward. James.
Thank you very much. I want to say good morning to everybody. Thank you for coming to our conference. You have a lot of work to do in the next couple of days. We tried to design the agenda so that a large percentage of the time is going to be given to you people to do the talking in your groups. We tried to minimize the presentations that we're going to do. Someone once told me his perception of our healthcare system. He said, building the new hospital in Silicate and the new hostel and setting up the health authority is phase one. Okay? That's phase one. Getting that supportive infrastructure in place. Phase two is going to happen in the communities. That's where all the changes in healthcare, in our healthcare from now on, needs to take place. That's where it needs to happen. How? We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. But I know one thing. We have to talk to the people in the communities to tell us that. And the next speaker that I'm going to be introducing to you have already done what I'm dreaming about right now. And it's going to be very interesting to listen to her because they've actually done it. If you ever go to visit them and you go to their office, there's a big banner that hangs near the front entrance and it says 65,000 voices. That's their logo. 65,000 voices. The NUCA system, which is what they call their new system of health, is based on what those 65,000 people said they wanted. And the success of the NUCA system is based simply on the fact that they did what the people wanted. You have to believe in our people. They are the people who experience the healthcare system we're talking about on a daily basis. They are the daily recipients of that system that we're talking about. They experience it day in and day out, week after week, month after month, year after year. So there isn't any better people to ask about our system except those people. I've always said, if you ask an urban Indian, as they used to call them, about their healthcare system, you'll get an urban answer. If you ask a regional person, like the health authority, about the healthcare system, you'll get a regional answer. And if you ask community people about healthcare system, you'll get a community answer. And that's what we want now. It gives me great pleasure at this time to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Donna Galbraith. She's the Senior Medical Director of Quality Assurance with the South Central Foundation in Anchorage, Alaska. I want you to share with me in welcoming Ms. Donna Galbraith.
Good morning, everyone. I'm, you know what? I forgot my clicker for my slides. Let me grab it real quick. I'm very honored to be here. When I got up this morning, I was thinking about what I was going to say. And of course, you know, I do a lot of public speaking and I'm pretty comfortable with it, but every time before I start talking, I get a little nervous. But when I walked down here and I could hear the drumming and singing, it was like those nerves fell away. And I realized that we're all connected. And I walk in here and I look at all of your faces and I realize that you look like my relatives. So thank you for being here. Like I said, I'm honored to be here. I am from Alaska. I'm from the village of Mintasta Lake. My mother is Molly John. And I'm Ahtna Athabaskan. Let me see if I can get this to work here. Not certain where my presentation is. Whoops. So I liked listening to all the speakers beforehand. I liked listening to everybody speaking in their language. You know, I'm glad to see that the language speakers are strong here. Where I come from, in some areas it's strong, in some areas it's not. And I remember my aunt, Katie John, she's passed away. She passed away a few years ago. And I remember her talking and she was talking in front of 3,000 people and she was trying to tell them something about Alaska Native people. And she finally just goes, oh, geez, I can't, you know, you guys don't have the words for what I'm trying to tell you. Because she couldn't speak in, or she can speak in Athabaskan, but she couldn't explain in Athabaskan because nobody would understand her. And so I think language is really important because language has lots of different meanings, as you know, and if you speak in your own language, there's different meanings behind each word. So I was happy to hear that. So there's the 65,000 voices that you heard about. So we serve 65,000 people and they're very important, each and every one of them. This is the state of Alaska and we have, Alaska is kind of unique. We did the Alaska Native land claims with the federal government and they broke up the state into corporations and which is very interesting. So South Central Foundation is this, let me see, oh, there it is. You can see the dark blue area, the hatched area. Those are the areas that we provide primary care for. But in Anchorage, which is right in the middle there, that red dot, I don't know if you guys, I can't do the thing on both sides. And Anchorage is where the Alaska Native Medical Center is. And that's the tertiary hospital for the entire state of Alaska. So any person that is having complicated medical problems is sent into the Alaska Native Medical Center for care. And as part of that care, South Central Foundation does the pediatrics and OBGYN. So we serve the entire state of Alaska in those two areas. We also co-manage the hospital. It is run by South Central Foundation and Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. Oh, I also wanted to say this, the state is extremely big and I had to look this up because I think in miles. In the US, we think in miles and you guys think in kilometers. And so I looked it up and the state of Alaska is 1.7 million kilometers squared. So it's quite big. And we have a lot in the South, we have a lot of different villages in Alaska. And for South Central Foundation, we have 55 small villages. Most of them are off the road system. That's in the dark blue area. And so we provide healthcare in all of those settings. So in ways, I think we're similar. I also just wanted to say that, you know, this is a story of South Central Foundation, and this is a story of Alaska Native people. But if I offend you, I don't mean to offend you. I don't understand your ways. I'm speaking from my ways. So if you have any questions or whatever, please feel free to ask. So these are some of the results that we did by having the NUCA system of care. We decreased ER visits. We decreased the number of people who are hospitalized. And when somebody is hospitalized, we decrease their length of stay. Just by being part of our healthcare system, their health has improved. So you can see these statistics. We also, we measure all of our healthcare using HEDIS measures, which is, I don't know if they have HEDIS in Canada, but in the US, HEDIS is a measurement throughout the entire country. And so you're ranked against everybody in the United States. And we score in most measures in the 75th percentile. This is a more complicated slide, and I just threw it in here because I know that you guys have a lot of different health systems also, and you all come together to work together. So you can see Alaska Native Medical Center kind of in the darker blue in the middle lower section, and that's the tertiary hospital. And then you have all the lighter blue on the surrounding sides, and these are all different corporations that have healthcare systems too. They're not as complicated as ANMC. We have all the specialists at Alaska Native Medical Center. I'm going to stop just a minute. Are you guys hearing me okay? It sounds kind of funny to me up here, but you're hearing fine? Okay, great. And within each of these corporations, there's a lot of villages. So you can see, like South Central Foundation, I noted that we had 55 villages within our area, and that's the same with each of these corporations. So this is where we started. This is the old Alaska Native Medical Center, and this was run by the Indian Health Service. So the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act actually said that the federal government had hampered Alaska Native and American Indian people in improvements. And they said that if Alaska Native people and American Indian people were involved in their own health care, the potential was there for better outcomes. And based on all of this and lots of discussions, you know, things don't happen overnight. Everything takes a long time. Alaska Native people decided to assume responsibility. And you know that is a big task, and you know that takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of people coming together and having conversations. You think about this, this is like, you know, for us, it was like, okay, wait a minute, my aunt is going to take over healthcare. What does she know about healthcare? So it led to a lot of conversations about that. But Alaska Native people chose to move forward. And how did we do that? Well, we asked the customers, we asked employees, you know, what is it you want? And so it's interesting to me that the title of this conference is Honoring Community Voices, because that's what we do. It's a huge part of the NUCA system of care. You know, we honor community voices. It is really, really important. And that's how we started our journey, by listening to those voices. So what did people tell us? They told, you know, we asked them, you know, what would you change and what don't you like about the current system? And they basically said, you know, we don't like having to wait in these long lines. You know, we have stories of people who they would actually pack their lunches and they would go to Alaska Native Medical Center, ANMC, I'm going to call it, it's easier to say, and they would sit around and wait and they'd pack their lunches because they'd have to wait that long. And they'd go as a whole family because they didn't have a babysitter or anything. They would just sit and wait to be seen. They also didn't like having to tell their story over and over again to every provider that came in. Nobody knew who they were. And they also didn't like the fact that every provider they saw told them something different. So they felt like nobody was listening to them. They thought the facilities looked old. They didn't like that. They didn't like the financial hardships that were there. And they also said that they wanted to know their providers, and they wanted to be seen when they wanted to be seen. They didn't want an appointment a month away. That doesn't make any sense. If you make an appointment, you have a problem today, not a month from now. And it might be worse, it might be better in a month from now, who knows, but they didn't like that. So those are the things that people said they wanted. So we changed everything. Up above is the old hospital, and down below is the new campus, the kind of tan building in the back there. That's the A&MC building, and right in front is the primary care. It's even changed a little bit. Oh, I was going to say they changed since this picture, but now that I'm looking at the picture, this is a more current picture because we've added more buildings. And you can see, we put a lot of thought into the buildings as they were put up, because we want people to actually be proud of their healthcare system and want to be a part of it. So we made certain that certain things were in place. Like if you look at these colors, it just blends in, they're earth colors. And so, for Alaska Native and American Indian people, that's, we want things to resonate with them, even if they don't know why it resonates. And if you walk inside our buildings, we think about that too. The next picture shows the front of the primary care building. You might look at this and say, oh, that's an interesting looking building. But again, it's kind of, something that feels familiar, and you don't really know why it feels familiar. But if you look at the top, that's supposed to resemble a boat. And you can see there's wood in the front there. And if you go through our buildings, there's lots of wood in the building. And then there's, like the flooring kind of looks like little rocks. We have lots of windows. We let in lots and lots of light, because light is really important. You guys would know that too. We don't get much light in the winter. And so when the light is back, we like it. So we make certain there's natural light as much as we can in every single room, because it changes the look and feel. People might not even know why it changes, but it changes. And so we make certain all of those things are in our facilities. People said they wanted to have their own primary care provider, and they wanted culturally appropriate care. So we developed the NUCA system of care based on everything that people told us they wanted. And I'm going to go into all of these things. There's a whole list of things here, but I'm going to talk a little bit about those as I go on. I've already talked about the facilities. So customer ownership. As we were changing healthcare, we knew that words are really important. What word you choose, how you use it is really important, because there's meanings behind words that are there that you may or may not be aware of. But we thought about the word patient, and we didn't really like the word patient, because patient is someone who comes in to receive care and they have something done to them. There's nothing really wrong with that, but it's passive. And so we did not want customer owners to be passive, and they didn't want to be passive. They said they wanted to be involved in their own healthcare. They wanted to say, they wanted to know their provider. And so we thought, well, let's get rid of the word patient, because it sounds too passive. And so a lot of conversation later, I came up with customer owner. And why? Because if you're a customer, you expect certain care. You expect people to treat you with respect. And if they don't, you say something. And so we wanted people, when they came into our healthcare system, to realize that they're customers, and we are there to provide them a service as a customer. And we also wanted them to know that they owned their own healthcare system. they paid for their health care with land and resources, and the federal government said they would give health care to Alaska Native people. We wanted people to know that they own their own healthcare system. You think about that, if you own something, you take a lot of pride in it, and you want to make it better, you want to protect it, you want to help it, and you want to be proud of it. You know, you want to show it off. So we wanted people to know that they own their own healthcare setting. So patients are called customer owners because we really truly believe they are customer owners. So based on what everybody said, the underpinnings of South Central Foundation and the NUCA system of care were created. So this is the vision and the mission. And the vision is a Native community that enjoys physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness. So body, mind, spirit, and emotions. And, you know, as Native people, that's how we think about each other. You know, we think about not just one piece of a body, but we think about the whole person and what makes them healthy. So that's the vision, to be completely well in those aspects. And the mission is working together with the Native community. It's not doing to, but working together. So this is the goals. We like acronyms at South Central Foundation. It helps us remember things. So if you look at the top, it says SCF. So this is shared responsibility. We want to make certain that people understand that it is a shared responsibility. It isn't just about the healthcare system, but it's also about the individual, and more than just the individual, their entire family and their community. So it's shared responsibility. And we want services that are quality services that we know are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And we want the whole family well. If you think about that makes sense, because an individual can be well, but if their family isn't well, they're not truly well. You know, it has to be the whole family. And that's basically because as Native people, that's how we think. You know, we think about family, we think about communities. Those are the things that are important within our people. So everybody, it says relationship down the side here. And if I had to sum up South Central Foundation, that would be the word I would choose, relationship. That's what we think about for everything we do. And the details in here are what people told us they wanted in a healthcare system. So they wanted to be in relationship. They wanted to know their provider. They wanted people to know them. They wanted a system that was easy to use and not difficult to use. They wanted access. They wanted to be seen when they wanted to be seen. They wanted an organization that was financially stable. They wanted community health. They wanted population health. And they wanted all of this built on the cultural and values of Alaska Native people. So these are our operating principles. And so this is what we think about whenever we bring something new to the organization. If we want to improve something, we think about these operating principles and ensure that we're following them. Sometimes, you know, we get, you know, like regulatory people and federal people who say we have to do something. Well, we do what they say we have to do, but we make it fit within our operating principles. We don't do it exactly as they say we're supposed to do it, but we get the result done, but we do it within these confines. Because we change so many things, we realized that we are creating a healthcare system that a lot of people didn't really understand, especially if you aren't Alaska Native. So we wanted to ensure that all people who work for South Central Foundation knew what we were talking about and how we expected, what our expectations were around behavior. And so we have a class called Core Concepts. I know that some of you, I think 4 of you are going to go to Alaska next week, and I think you will be attending Core Concepts, so you'll learn a lot of things there. And so what this is a 3-day class, and all of our employees have to attend this class, and they learn about how to listen to story, how to tell their own story. They learn about how people are different from one another and how we're the same. And they learn that those differences are actually a strength, because somebody who's different than me, they have strengths in other areas. I have certain strengths and I have some areas that I'm not as strong in, but there's other people who have different strengths. And so when you come together as a group of people, you bring all of those things together and you can combine those strengths to actually be stronger. So you learn about that. You learn about language differences, how people use different ways of communicating and how to improve that. You're also given ways of communicating with one another that work. So an example of that is one thing that sometimes people will do is, they make meaning of things that maybe are not true. So for example, let's just say I'm walking down the hall out here and you walk by me and you know me and I know you and you say hi and I just keep walking. How might that make you feel? You might go, man, what did I do to her? She really must be mad. Or you might think, wow, is she stuck up or what? What's with her? And so you make meaning in your head, and that's what we call going up your ladder or going up your tree, however you want to think about it. But you're making meaning where there's no meaning. And so a lot of people, when they do that, they actually, they continue to think about it and they get mad. And then it's like, oh, I'm not going to talk to Donna. She's just, she's really stuck up, or she's mad at me and I don't know why, but it's her problem and I'm not going to talk to her. But we talk about that. And so instead of doing that within our organization, if somebody is feeling that way towards me, they might message me or they might walk up to me and they say, hey, Donna, I'm up my ladder. We need to talk. And I go, oh, yeah, sure. Because I know what they mean. I know they have some questions and they don't, they want to ask me about something. And they might find out, that the example of me walking down the hall out here, I was actually really thinking about my talk and I wasn't paying attention to anybody around me. And that was why I walked right by you. Not that I did, I hope I didn't do that to anybody, but I don't know too many of you, so I don't think I did that. But you learn where the person is coming from and what they were thinking about when they did whatever it is that you have a question about. And so it's just a way of having that communication of saying, hey, there's a conversation might not be too comfortable, but I need to have it with you. And because, I took core concepts, they took core concepts. I said, yes, of course, I want to have that conversation. But the other piece of that happens is because you know that there's a tendency to, go up your ladder or go up your tree. You might, after, I walk by you in the hall, you might go, hey, Donna. And I might turn and go, oh, hey, I didn't even see you. And then I was really thinking about my presentation. So I was in my own little world. I'm so sorry. How are you doing? And it changes the whole context. You don't have to get angry. You don't have to wait. You can actually interrupt me in that moment. And so, we have the language to actually have the conversation, but it also gives us the ability to do it in the moment. So, you don't get stressed out about it and worry about things that may or may not be true. So this is a slide here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about self-determination. Self-determination is basically, you choosing to do whatever you choose to do. You chose to get up this morning, you chose the clothes you're wearing, you chose what you're gonna have for breakfast. You make a lot of choices every day. And that's what self-determination is about, making choices. This is not a slide we normally talk about. And I stuck it in here, and the people who are helping me with the slide presentation says, what's this about? What are you going to say? And I said, I really don't know. But I just want to talk about this. I want to talk about self-determination. And that's what I'm talking about with South Central Foundation. We took over healthcare and we continue to run healthcare, and it's set on Alaska Native values and culture. But there's a lot greater depth to that. Every time anybody makes a choice to do something, it actually gives them power. It helps them be able to make the next step. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about this in terms of my education. Now, I'm a family practice doctor, and I'm the first Athabascan medical doctor. So it wasn't like an easy path, and it wasn't like I had a role model. In fact, when it was somebody else who said, "Why don't you be a doctor?" Because I had no idea what I wanted to be. I just knew, I was in college, and some other college students said, "Well, what do you want to be?" And I said, "I have no idea." And they said, "Well, what are you interested in?" And I said, "Well, I really like the sciences, but I really want to work with Alaska Native people." And somebody said, "Well, why don't you be a doctor?" And it just kind of went, whoa, oh no, man, those people are really crazy. I don't want to be a doctor. And but it stuck. And so I started thinking about that, and I started thinking about, well, it kind of makes sense. It's what I want to do, and I want to help people, and I'm also one of those people that other people come to and talk to and find easy to talk to. So I basically been doing that my whole life, is talking to people. And so it just kind of fit in with my personality. And so I thought, well, okay, I'm just going to take some of the prerequisite courses to see if I do well, to see if I am capable of being a doctor. And I took one class and it was good. And I took another class and another class. And then pretty soon I'm on my way, and I realized that yes, I can do this. But it was taking that first step. It was taking that first class and realizing, yes, I can do that. And every time you say yes to something and you do something, it actually makes it easier to take the next step, because you have gained that power from the success that you have done. And one of the things I learned is that you don't always need success. Sometimes you don't do well. Sometimes you fall down. And what do? Well, you get right back up and you keep moving. And that actually is a sense of power too. You can get up. When I was going to the university, I took a chemistry class, and I didn't do well on the first class. I got a D, and I had never got a D at the university. In fact, going to the university was, that was my first test. It's like, well, I don't know if I can do this, but I'm just going to go and see what happens. And I went, and I, was passing classes, but then to get a D, it was a shock to my system. I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. So I went to talk to the professor, and the professor wanted to know a little bit about my history. And I told him he wanted to know if I took any chemistry classes in high school. And I said, no, I'm a high school dropout. And he said, "You will never pass my class." And I said, "Well, thank you very much for your time, but I will pass your class." And I got up and walked out of his class. And I walked out of his office. And so what did I do? He had to teach the class, but I was in a small group session. So I changed to a different person for my small group session, so I didn't have to work with him. And then I also dropped another class. I'd taken a lot of credits that semester, so I dropped another class that was very difficult, so I could focus on chemistry. And I did pass chemistry, and I got a B in the course overall. Took a lot of work, but I was able to do it. But, that first quiz, not doing well on the first quiz, and then actually, not listening to somebody who said, "You will never pass my class," was a step along the journey, a step to give me the power, the strength to move forward. There's always going to be naysayers who say you can't do this or you can't do that. The next hurdle for me was when I went to talk to the advisor for medical schools at the university where I was working at. And he said, or I was going to school at, and he said, "You will never get into medical school." And the reason he said that is because I had taken something called an MCAT score, and I really wasn't happy with my scores. They were okay, but I wasn't really happy with them. And then, so I went and talked to him to see, if it was still possible for me to get into medical school. And he says, "No, it's not possible." And I thought about that. Of course, I was devastated. It was a little more than thinking. There was a lot of tears involved, but I thought about that and realized that I can't have somebody tell me I can't do something. I still got to move forward. I can't have somebody stop me and say, no, you can't do that. I mean, if there was harm, of course, but I had to try. If I didn't try, then it's me giving up on myself. I don't care what that other person says. Maybe they don't have faith in me, but I have to have faith in myself. And so I went ahead and I applied to medical schools. I applied to 5 medical schools. And it's a big deal thing when you're in college and you're not employed, because every time you apply to medical school, it costs you money. And then you have to think about the airfare to go get interviewed. If you get an interview, first step is getting an interview, and everybody just hopes they get an interview to get into medical school. And so I got 5 interviews to go into medical school, including the university that he said would never let me in. That was the University of Washington. That's where I went to medical school. And so he was wrong. And when I ran into him later and he knew that I'd gotten all these interviews, he said, well, I didn't know your GPA was so high. It's kind of gruff. It's kind of like it was my fault. But it's, that continuing to move forward, that continuing to trust in yourself and to know what's right for you and not letting somebody else trip you up. And when I came, the first place I worked at was Chief Andrew Isaac in Fairbanks. And when I came there, it was also different. People had been Alaska Native people, and I'm sure you may know what I'm talking about, have been put down. They're told they're less than, they can't do this, they can't do that, just like I'd been told in my educational journey. So I come back to Chief Andrew Isaac. I'm the first Athabascan physician. And what do people say? Well, people say congratulations, but a lot of people say, does she know what she's doing? Is she smart enough? Because they'd never seen an Athabascan physician. And so they questioned that. And so at first, because of my history, I went, well, am I smart enough? Do I know enough? But I knew that I knew a lot. So I just was a doctor. I did what I do. And I slowly, people began to trust me. In fact, for a while, everybody called me every Athabascan primary care doctor is Dr. Galbraith, because people would name me as their doctor and I'd never seen them before. But something else happened too, because of my being a physician. So one time I walked in to see this elderly woman. I'd never met her before. And I walked in, and one of the things I do, especially with elderly people, is I go and shake their hand. And it's not this big, strong shaking of hands. It's more of just a gentle touch. And that's just what people do where I'm from. And so I walked over and I just took her hand just gently. And I said, hi, I'm Dr. Galbraith. And she looks at me and she grabs hold of my hand and she pulls me close, right up close, so she can see me. And she says, who are you? Where are you from? And I told her that I was from Mentasta Lake, and I told her who my mother was and who my family is. And she burst into tears. She's 80 years old. And she said, I never in my lifetime thought I would see an Alaska Native doctor. And I had the privilege of being her doctor for another 10 years before she passed on. But it was more than, it was giving her something back for everything that I had been through. It was to show her and other people that, yes, this can be done. And that wasn't my goal. It's just something that happened. And because of doing that, a lot of people that I knew actually went on to get education, to grow, to get certificates and everything else, because they would look at me and say, well, if she could do it, so can I. And so it changed the trajectory of a lot of different people. I ran into a man about my same age, I don't know, after I'd been working there, maybe, I don't remember, maybe 10 years or something. And he says, when you came back and I read about you and then I saw you, I knew that I could do something with my life. And he said, I went to a vocational school and I'm a mechanic. And it was like, yes, it's, somebody seeing somebody do something gives them the thought process to think, yes, I can do that too. I'm capable of doing that too. It starts with seeing something, and it helps give people the power to do stuff for themselves. There aren't a lot of role models out there. We all have role models, but not every type of role model is out there. It's like me when I was in college and somebody said, why don't you be a doctor? And I says, no, I don't want to be a doctor. Those people are crazy. So, there's a huge impact with self-determination. It just continues to grow and grow and grow and have positive impact on everybody around you. So the other thing I want to talk about, I'm going to look at the time here, I tend to talk, is the medical model. I want to talk about that a little bit. We heard a little bit about some experiences that occurred here within your medical model. Well, the medical model is a model. This is not the NUCA system of care. They're just the standard medical model. It is the model that is based on what providers want, what doctors want, and what's convenient for them. It's not based on what individuals want and what's convenient for them. It's based on a different set of principles. There's a different thought process. I mean, illness, what is that? Sometimes you hear about illness being, moral failure. It's like, well, if they were just stronger, it's like putting the illness on the person because they weren't strong enough. I mean, is that right? No, that's not right. It's also, gets into personal choice. Who gets to decide that? Well, the person gets to decide. They get to make their own personal choices. So the other thing that happens with a medical model is, they take the body apart in medicine, and everything, has its specialty. So, for your brain, you have a neurologist. For your eyes, you have a optometrist. For your ears, nose, and throat, an ENT doctor. For your muscles, an orthopedist. They break the body into all these different parts. But I know that all of you don't think of the body that way. You're one being, you're one entity, you're all these pieces put together. And all of those pieces need to work well together. And so it's not broken into different parts. And so what happens when you go to a healthcare system? I actually don't know what happens in your healthcare system, but I'm just going to pretend like I know. And so you go into a clinic and you wait in the waiting room forever. And then you get into the room and they tell you to take off your clothes, and they give you a little paper gown that barely fits over you. They tell you to sit on this table, and you get up on the table and you sit there. And you wait and you wait and you wait, and the room is cold. Usually it's cold. And then the provider walks in and they say, what are you here for? You say whatever it is, maybe it's a headache. I have a headache. And they ask you, they just bullet point you with questions. Where's the headache located? Do you know when you're going to have a headache, do you see flashing lights? And they just question after question after question. And they say, oh, you have migraines, here's a prescription. And oh, by the way, I noticed your weight is up. You need to change your diet. Here's a diet instruction. Oh, and you should exercise too. Here's some exercise instructions. So I'll see you back in a month, and bye. And they're out the door. And so the person comes back in a month, and they didn't take their medications. They don't know anything about that medications. They don't understand how it's supposed to work. They don't even know what a migraine means. And of course, they haven't changed their diet. And of course, they haven't exercised. And the doctor comes in, finds out that they didn't do any of that stuff. And so they immediately call the person non-compliant. But they never had a conversation with that person. They never asked that person what they wanted. So thinking about the medical model and how it can be changed within the NUCA system of care, we looked at a lot of different things. Right here is, this is from Complexity Science. And if you look at the bottom axis, that's acuity. That means how sick you are. Sometimes you're not very sick and sometimes you're real sick. And then who's in control, that's the control line. And that you can see the upper line, which is the customer, owner, and family. They're very much in control when the acuity is low. And the system, as in the healthcare system, has very little control. Way up when the acuity is really high, the healthcare system is in a lot of control and the customer owner has very little control. And that's actually how you want it, because when the acuity is high, that's, you know, when somebody has a, you know, something like a heart attack, or they were in a car accident or something, you know, you want the system to know what to do, and you want the system to come in and do what they're supposed to do. And so, you know, you want that. But back on the other end, where the acuity is not very high, the customer owner is in charge. Very little is done by the system. So we looked at this and we realized there was an opportunity here. How do we decrease these lines here so that the customer owner and the healthcare system are more in alignment moving forward? And so that was part of the thought process as we move forward. You know, the analogy that a lot of people use at South Central is the rock and a bird. And you can try to hit a bird with a rock all day long. Eventually you can do it. I mean, if you practice hard enough, you'd be able to hit that bird. You might want to for food. I don't know. But eventually you'd be able to hit that bird. But if you just want lots of birds around, you have to figure out what the birds want. You know, do they want nesting material? Do they want food? Do they need water? What is it they want? And if you put all of those things there, then all of a sudden the birds are all around. Well, it's just like people, you know, and their health. What is it that people want? And so if they're getting what they want, yeah, people are going to come around and they're going to engage and be in conversation. So based on all of the input that we had from our customer owners and our employees, we created something called integrated care teams. There's actually, the primary care team is the provider, the case manager support, and the certified medical assistant. And then around those people are other health support people, like a behavioral health consultant, an integrated pharmacist, psychiatrist, pediatrician. And so they're there to support this team. And then customer owners are impaneled to that team. Now, right now, the number of people impaneled to a team is about 1,200 people. And so through time, that customer owner is going to get to know their team, and their team is going to get to know them. It's all about relationship. And that's how you get to know people, is by having in a small enough group of people that you can actually get to know one another. And so that's what we really strive for with the primary care team. Now, if there's something, you know, like something's going on, let me just give an example how it works. So I'm seeing a customer owner in a room, and they come in because their blood pressure, it was a blood pressure check, and they needed to have a physical exam, and they needed to have blood work. And so I've seen them, and they're doing well. Their blood pressure is good, but they you know, need some blood work. And then they also tell me that they had a death of a friend, and they're really having a hard time struggling with that. And so, you know, I would talk with them about it, but then I would say, well, you know, the behavioral health consultant is here, and they can spend more time with you, and they can offer you a lot more resources. Would you like to meet with them? And they would say yes. And usually, again, it's because they get to know people through time. Hopefully they would know the behavioral health consultant before they came into the room. And so then they come in the same room where I was at. I do a warm handoff, say, you know, this is so-and-so if they haven't met them, or, you know, I don't need to if they already know them. And they come into the same room, and I go on to the next customer owner. And so then the behavioral health consultant spends time with them. And then when the behavioral health consultant is done, I had already entered my orders for labs. The certified medical assistant comes into the same room and draws the blood work. So if you remember, you know, what customer owners said is they wanted stuff that was easy. So as many services as we can, we bring right there into the primary care room. We don't want people wandering all over the place, you know, going over here to see the behavioral consultant and going over here to get blood work done. We want to have it right there in the room for that person. We have the provider move and go on to the next customer owner, not the customer owner. And one other thing I just wanted to say about the behavioral health consultant, I better look at the time, is that, you know, we've normalized it. So people no longer have to separate, you know, behavioral health and their physical health. It's right there. So if somebody has an issue going on, they can have a conversation right now there, and they don't have to feel like they stand out by going over to a different building that's a behavioral health building. So we've integrated it right there in the primary care. And the other thing that I see happening that's going to be really interesting is children. You know, they're impaneled also with their parents, and they are getting used to the behavioral health consultant, and they've met them, and they you know, get to know them through time. And so we have children coming in and saying, hey, I want to talk to the behavioral health consultant today. And so it could be about anything, you know, it could be about, I don't know, maybe they got bullied at school, you know, or maybe they got into a fight with their friend, or maybe, you know, they're having a problem talking with their parents or something. Could be anything, but kids are asking for this, even little kids, you know, they say, I want to talk to the BHC about this, because they know that their parent doesn't have to stay in the room unless, you know, unless they want them to. And then they have these conversations with BHCs. And so what is happening? Children are learning skills. They're learning how to handle bullies. They're learning how to deal with a friend when they get into a fight and how to make amends. They're learning how to talk with their parents. So I'm really interested in what's going to happen through time. You know, our children are learning skills that are going to actually help them for the rest of their lives. So there's a lot of benefit with having the BHCs right there as part of the healthcare team. So we also take shared responsibility very seriously. And you can see this. This is a provider and a customer owner having a conversation. And we don't make people get undressed the minute they walk into a room and wait by themselves. They you know, wait till the provider comes in, hopefully not too long. We try to move things along quickly. And the provider comes in and has a conversation. As you can see, this just looks like two friends having a conversation. It's how the rooms are set up so that you're on equal footing and can talk about whatever you want to talk about. So if you've gotten to know your provider, then you trust your provider and you're more able to have a conversation with them and be honest about it. And even sometimes say no or push back or say, I don't understand or whatever, because I know lots of people have come in and seen, you know, doctors, and they just go, yeah. And they walk out not knowing, you know, what anybody said or even knowing what the expectations are. But we don't want that. We want people to have the conversation. So I once saw this young woman. She came in to see me and she was worried because she was gaining weight. And she was, you know, concerned about it. She wanted to do something about it. And, you know, that's a conversation I have on a regular basis. So I think that I'm good at it. Maybe I'm not, but I think that I am. So I went into this big, long routine about, you know, exercise and diet, and came up with a plan. It was kind of a really simple plan that you can just move forward with, and told her all about it. And then I said, so what do you think? And she says, I can't do it. And it's kind of went, what? What do you mean you can't do it? And it turns out that since I'd last seen her, she had gotten divorced, and she was a single mom of 3 children. And to make ends meet, she was working 3 jobs. She was barely getting any sleep because she, you know, had to get up early to make certain her kids were all prepared, make certain all their backpacks were filled, and make their lunches and do all this other stuff. And when she got done telling me where she was at in her life, I said, yeah, you're right. You cannot do that. And we came up with a different plan, and it was basically not eating junk food and getting exercise where she could. So instead of using an elevator, use the stairs. When she's going to a store, park as far away as she can, unless she's in a big hurry, then she can just get extra steps in. So we came up with this plan. And I'm so glad that we had that conversation. And I'm so glad that she told me, no, I can't do what you're doing. Because, if I hadn't have asked that question and she hadn't had the ability to say, no, I can't do that, I would have walked out of that room feeling really good about that interaction, feeling like I'd given them a plan that they could work with. And she would have walked out of that interaction feeling really bummed that she hadn't got what she came for. So it's really important to be in relationship with somebody so you can have those conversations. And you know this, when you first meet somebody, you guys just have it's just kind of a superficial conversation. And as you get to know somebody more and more, then you have those deeper, more meaningful conversations and those more honest conversations and sometimes you can even argue, say, oh no, that won't work for me. What are you talking about? And that's what we want. We want people engaged, because if people are engaged in their own healthcare and they say what'll work with them and they can help come up with a plan, they're more likely to follow through with that plan. They're more likely to be successful. They're more likely to make changes if they understand what those changes are about and are part of the decision-making process. So my next two slides are probably what I just discussed. So we want customer owners who are asking questions. We want customer owners who are engaged. We want customer owners who seek advice and opinions. We want all of that. We want those interactions. We want healthcare providers to not just come in and make a diagnosis and write a prescription and walk out the door. We want them to have a conversation and know the customer owner and figure out a plan as a partner for that individual. So the voice of customer owner is really important. I told you we started off our journey with actually having lots of conversation with customer owners. Well, we continue to have those conversations. We have them all the time. We actually have a lot of formal processes in terms of how to get input from customer owners. And so these are, like surveys and incident accident reporting. We also work with our employees to get lots of input too, because that's just as important. Another part of our employees that is important is we want as many Alaska Native and American Indian people as employees as possible. We have about 60% employment rate for that population, because there's something about people of the same culture as you that makes communication easier, that makes it just easier to be in that setting. I don't know how many times I've seen customer owners and they've gone off to see another provider, another specialist or something, and they come back and they say, okay, I went and saw this specialist. Now you tell me what they said. Because they don't have a clue. And it's hard to define what those differences are. Some of the differences you might know, some of the differences you might not know, because like me, I know who I am. I talk like I talk, and I have the mannerisms that I have, but I don't sit there and try to figure out, okay, how's that different from another person? I know there's differences, but I don't pay much attention. So there's something more subtle than that. When you're talking with somebody of the same culture as you, there's a different understanding that occurs. And so that's what we want, because we believe that if you have everybody, as many people as you can of that same culture, that healthcare will be improved, because it'll help with the communication and relationship piece. See what time it is. See if I have another story I can tell you. And just along communication, I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in medical school, it was a big class, I think 170 students, and we had these small group sessions also. And so I was in this a small class, maybe 30 students. And the doctor said, a big part of your grade will be on your participation in this class. And so, yeah, I can do that. And like the third class in, he'd ask a question every single time, but the third class in, I was really frustrated because he asked the question and I'm going, ah! And somebody else had the answer. And I'm thinking, well, what's going on here? I can't answer any questions. And this third class in, and I haven't even talked. And boy, my grade is going to be really bad if I can't talk. And I sat back and I thought about that. And I thought, why can't I answer questions? I know the answers. And then I remembered way back when I was in college that I'd taken an anthropology class. And one of the things that we were taught in that anthropology class is that Alaska Native people have a longer pause in between sentences. They pause longer. And then I realized that's what I was doing. I was pausing too long. And I wouldn't have known if I didn't have that class. I wouldn't have known what was wrong, why I couldn't get an answer. And so I thought, oh, that's what's going on here. I just got to speak faster. I got to speak up right away. Otherwise, I'll never be able to talk. And so that's what I would do. And I actually was able to participate in the class and did well. But if you think about it, when you speak faster, when your pauses get shorter, what is it that you're doing? What is it that you're usually doing? Usually you're really excited about something or you're angry about something. And you just want to get your point about out there, and you get a little louder, you get a little faster, you get a little quicker. And so it always felt like I was preparing to go fight somebody when I went to this class, just because I was gearing up to go be able to shorten my pauses. So it's those types of differences that, if you don't know them, you don't know them, because all of you are who you are, and you may not think about how you speak, just like I didn't think about how I speak also. One of the things that we do, because this was actually very important when we took over healthcare, is to actually know that what we are doing was making a difference and that we were making improvements. And so we have lots and lots of data. We have a ton of data. We want to make certain that the changes that we make are leading to better outcomes. And so we look at everything under the sun, actually. But one of the unique things is that slide in the middle there, those names at the bottom that you really can't read, those are all providers. So we don't blind our data. Any provider can go in and they can see how they compare to other providers. And that is actually good, because, it shows you as a provider, if you're an outlier, if you're, maybe you should be working on something that maybe you're lower than somebody else, but it also helps, the system. If you see somebody who's consistently higher than everybody else, you want to know why. You want to know what they're doing. How are they doing it? And so maybe it might be a best practice that you want to roll out throughout the organization. One other thing that has happened here is, it's not just the provider alone that makes these scores. It's the whole team. It's a team working together that actually improves healthcare. So our teams are actually very competitive. And so when they look at this and they see that they are consistently lower, they don't like that. And so they actually look at the things that they're doing themselves and figure out how to improve things themselves, because they want their health outcomes to be good too. And they also don't want to be lower than anybody else. So it has that added benefit of not really having to have a lot of conversation about this, because it's just there, it's open, and there's nothing to hide. It's just the way things are. And people have actually gotten pretty savvy around data, because they understand that sometimes maybe a point might be lower than a score might be lower than it should be, not because of anything they did, but because of the situation. So they learn more about data. So for instance, let's just say somebody got a really, say they, got 25% on the immunizations on time for children. And then they look at their team and they realize, oh, I only have 4 kids on my panel. And there's, all 4 of them were due, but only one of them came in, but the other 3 didn't come in. And so that's why they only look like they have 25%. And so they just need to work on the other 4, but it's not like it's this huge big deal. So they actually learn to understand data and how to improve it, and why sometimes it'll look low, and not get too upset when it looks low if they can explain it another way. So our workforce, I told you we hire as many Alaska Native American Indian people as possible. And so we put a lot of effort into our workforce. We have a development center. We have lots and lots of classes for people so that they can develop different skills. These are the competencies here that we overall want for all of our employees. It's customer care, communications and teamwork, improvement in innovation, and just development skills. So we just want people to learn. And so any of our entry-level positions, we actually will hire people straight out of high school and train them how to do their job. And once they're in our system and they're doing their job, there's all these other classes they can take. And we also have scholarship programs. We also allow time away to take courses if somebody wants to go on and get more education. A lot of people have gotten college degrees while they're working within our organization. It takes a little longer because you still got to work, but you can do it. And a lot of people have gotten masters, and a few have gotten PhDs just because of how our system is set up. So we want people to do well within our organization, and we want them to continue to develop skills. And this not only helps our organization, we never want people to leave our organization, especially once they've developed all these skills. But if they do leave our organization, we're okay with that. Because if somebody leaves and they have all these skills and they do well, they're actually a reflection for all Alaska Native people. And we want that. We want people to see that person. We want to see them being successful. So we also are pretty aware of that it's important to have good leaders. So we have lots of leadership classes, and we also are education. Well, there's classes and then there's education. We have lots of mentoring programs also around this. We also have succession planning, because you don't want all of a sudden everybody to be gone and nobody's there to fill those shoes. Because our system of care is pretty unique, and so we want to ensure that there's enough embedded within the organization that everybody just continues along with these plans and knows why the plans were set up and understands the process. So succession planning is really important, and so we look at that and ensure that we're doing it in lots of different ways. So we have also this functional committee structure. And so this is operations, quality assurance, quality improvement, and process improvement. And these are 4 different areas, and there's lots of committees that report into this. So we have lots of employees involved in this, and then the people who are on the committees actually go back to their areas and report out to different people within their departments. So this is a way to try to get as much voice from employees that goes up actually all the way to our board, and then so the board understands what's going on, and we get input from lots of employees. The other thing that I like about this, breaking it out into these different groups, is because when I worked at Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center, it wasn't set up this way. And I was medical director there, and I basically had to do all 4 things. That was just part of my job. There was no structure around it. And so it's not as efficient. So if you have something like this, it's much more efficient. And so if you, for me, as a medical director, when I was there, there's these 4 things that are really important, but what would be the one thing that would take the most amount of my time and that I would do the most? It would be operations. because, that's critical. You're doing it day to day, and there's people come to you with questions all the time. In addition, just seeing customer owners, that's what you focus on, patient care and operations, and that's it. And the rest just fall by the wayside. So this committee structure actually allows all of those different things to be looked at. And this is the linkages, and it's more of what I said here. I'm not going to go into great detail because there's lots of things here that that take a lot to discuss. And it's just the importance of this is that we make certain that everything is embedded in whatever we do. So you have the corporate initiatives that comes from the board, and then everybody knows what those are. And then every department has their annual plans and a reporting system. And then each individual employee also has a plan, and it is linked all the way back up to the corporate strategic plan. And so it's this constant circle. So the board wants to hear from the employees, and the employees get to hear from the board, and they each give each other input so that everybody understands what their role is and why they're doing what they're doing. Otherwise, it can just be a job and you don't understand the full impact. So we make certain that everything is embedded within our organization. So I said that we continue to ask the community. We ask in those formal ways, but there's other ways that we've created that just ensures that we get lots of community input. So we have governing bodies and advisory committees and elders councils that are all made up of Alaska Native people. And a lot of the advisory committees and governing bodies are, within a community. So each of our villages that we serve has an advisory committee, and they're made up of members of that community. And they give, we give them reports, and they give us reports, and they're representatives of their community, so that everybody feels like they have a voice. We also have an annual gathering once a year where we just showcase everything that we're doing, more so that people understand all the different services that we offer. Because sometimes people, they just come in and they see their provider and they leave, and if nothing comes up, they don't know anything else that's going on. So the annual gathering is a time for them to come and learn, and also just give input. And sometimes we'll ask people there. We'll say, hey, we're thinking about starting this program, and it's because this is what everybody says they want, and we ask for input. What do you think? Do you think this will work? Or maybe we did a pilot and we want to know, what do you think about this? Should we continue moving forward with it or not? And just also because we have so many employees that are Alaska Native or American Indian, we have built-in input within our organization too. So we continue to ask lots of people to do these things. And we celebrate. Whenever we're successful, we celebrate. So we, in the US, there's an award called the Baldrige Award, and it's a presidential award and a US President Award, and we've won it twice. We're the only tribal organization to ever have won this award, and we're the only healthcare system that's ever won it twice. And so there's a lot of work that goes into it. We had actually started using the Baldrige system a long time ago, and we used it more for the structure. We wanted to see the structure and what people who ran quality organizations thought was important in quality. So we used it more for the structure, and we weren't using it to, win an award, but we won it. After a while, we have consultants and all this stuff, and after a while, we thought, oh, we're just going to apply, and we won it. And it's a big deal to win it. And they actually send this whole team of people to your organization, and they go around and talk to everybody, and they talk to customer owners, and they talk to employees, and nobody else is around, and it's up to the customer owners, employees to give their honest feedback, and a lot of that goes into winning this award too. I lost my time. So you might, I don't know if anybody has any questions right now, or if we want to wait a bit. All right, well, you're welcome to ask me any questions in the future, and thank you for letting me be a part of your conference. I'll be here during the entire time, so you're welcome to talk to me anytime.
And now, she's here. There's a very interesting topic and presentation. We have a few minutes. So I know there's questions out there. And I know that people want to ask questions, but they're holding back. So the floor is open. Just pick up a mic and ask, you have a question, okay? Who has a question? Oh, go ahead. There's a mic in front of you. A sound on that. Click it on, yeah. If it doesn't work, pick it up and bang it on. Okay.
The question I had relates to your Grow Your Own initiative for recruiting your Indigenous health staff. What are the steps that you take to get the message out to your communities about health professions and pathways, I guess, for education?
There's a lot of, that's actually a big question because we try to do it a lot of different ways. When anybody is hired into our organization for certain positions, everybody actually goes through an orientation process together. It's a 4-day orientation process, everybody together. So, you know, these new high school graduates to physicians sitting side by side, going through the same orientation. And then they go through a training for not the physicians, but the other employees, like the CMAs and the admin support. They go through another 2 to 3 week training depending on the situation. So it's part of the hiring process that we let people know. We also, when we are advertising certain positions, we put it in our recruitment. Like we have a program for certified medical assistants right now, and somebody doesn't have to have any experience doing that. And we hire them into those positions and actually set them up to go through a training program. And then they do their clinicals within our clinic, and we work with a CMA program in the community, and they get their educational program there. So it's kind of a joint effort, and it's part of how we hire. But then there's other things that we do. So I mean, that's advertisement there. But we also have programs for high school kids. I believe it starts at age 14 and goes to probably up to 19. And so people, when they're in high school, can actually apply for this, and they can come work at South Central and get exposed to all sorts of different different types of jobs. And it actually encourages people to, you know, to continue with their education if they like certain types of jobs. We also put them to work while they're there. It's not, you know, major work, but have them involved in what we're doing, so that they understand the process and so that they're contributing. So, you know, and we have these conversations, you know, with our with the different tribal groups, and you know, advertise like when we have the annual gathering and stuff. Plus it's on our website. So as much as we can, you know, we advertise the different positions we have.
Thank you very much. One more question. Anybody have a question? Well, I see none. So thank you very much, James, for our guest.
Donna, thank you very much for coming all this way to be with us. I'm glad you're going to be here for the conference. So I think we're all a little bit overwhelmed by your presentation. So the questions will come, because I know there's people out there that want to ask you about certain things. I'm going to give you a gift. It's been our custom for quite some time to give a blanket and a pound of wild rice. Now, I don't know if you can take the wild rice across the water or not. We'll see, I guess.
I'm going to try. Here's the blanket. Beautiful. Wow.
So if they tell you at the border that you can't take it across, just give it to one of the Canadians at the gate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Donna for the presentation demonstrating that we as Indigenous people can do anything and do it better. With that, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and then we're going to have updates from the tribal councils on health transformation. 15 minutes. Thank you.
I can't get across.
Hello, can I get the people to get back into the conference room? We're going to have the presentations from the tribal councils. Good morning. Can I have Matthew Hop? Where's Matthew? From the Independent First Nations Council. Matthew. Okay.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
It's only been a couple hours.
Okay, we're going to begin on the presentations from the tribal councils on their updates on health transformation. We have from the Independent First Nations, we have Matthew Hop to present that. Matthew. Can I have the doors closed, please? And also, can I have Matthew, Angie's, and Angeli Mago, Francine, and Crystal? Okay, up here. Come and join us over here.
Five minutes? 5 minutes, give or take. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. My name is Matthew Hop, CEO of SLFNHA. Just kind of want to say a few things and just kind of share kind of what's been happening at SLFNHA for the last little while in terms of health transformation. Was it about 4 years ago? There was a very small contingent of staff. We had about 15 staff. We're about 70 staff now with the different various programs in education, health, finance, and of course, tech services, and newly minted kind of that emergency operations integrated services program. So what we found quite a bit, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I just kind of would like to just kind of let you know where things are at. So we have a bunch of, some communities there, Pekanjigam, Big Trout, Black Sewell, Muskrat Dam, and White Sand, which is adjacent to Armstrong. We have 4 treaty areas there and how we kind of work and do business. And we got on reserve combined population around 7,500 people. So there's quite a bit of moving pieces and parts there.
Excuse me, can we have people not talk while the presentations are made? Thank you.
It's okay if you want to talk. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all. No. So what we try and do quite a bit is just listen to what the communities are talking about. We have a kind of a bit unique in the tribal councils is First Nations Family Physician Health Services Program, which is kind of like the old FNA doctors, we refer to it. So we're kind of right now then in this transition mode right now of what do we do with our health program? How do we help the communities? There's lots of moving pieces, I said there with the communities, like Yapakanjikum that's doing on average of have 100 new healthy babies a year minimum kind of thing, and there could be as high as 200 a year. So when you think of a larger community in terms of some of the community needs and healthcare needs, it's very unique. You got other smaller communities in terms of transition of high elder kind of rates of people and needing services and support, right? And so we have what we're trying to figure out is what is the path forward. And to be honest, since we have this kind of mass of staff now, we're in this phase of kind of looking and talking to the communities now of where do they want to go? How can we help them? But then more importantly, where does IFNA fit into it? I'm very happy to kind of see to the same time, and I'll be honest with you, after 2.5 years of COVID, everyone's getting sick and tired of the mask, but we have to do to be safe and protect ourselves and our communities, right? But what's also kind of very unique and what we've learned over the past several years, whether it's through community evacuations, emergencies that we've been involved in helping out with and the larger scale stuff, there's lots of opportunity. And what we learned at IFNA through some of the work we've been doing with our communities and government agencies, whether it's the province or the feds, is that if a group of people are willing to kind of find a way to work together, and I'll be honest, take that word responsibility and accept it, the funds do come, the resources are there, right? I know what we tend to do quite a bit as First Nation groups is talk quite a bit about where do we want to go, what do we want to do, and is that enough money to do the job? We kind of try to focus most of our efforts right now in the healthcare program is developing relationships with the communities, developing programs, developing good people, and finding a way to how to support them, listening to them. So we're in this unique phase right now of growth, organizational growth, but also at the same time too, trying to figure out where does our place fit into it, and how do we integrate with organizations such as SLFNHA? How do we help and support them and work with them? How do they support us and how do they work with us, right? How do we deal with our physicians program? So kind of what and I'll be honest with you, Donnie's not here, but some of the guys that were before me in terms of leadership and just recognizing where are we going, we have the doctors and physicians, and what we've learned through the many evacuations and those kind of activities is that it's all about information access behind the scenes in terms of, how can you help people? How can you get the information to figure out what are their needs and get it in a very short period of time in a prompt manner, right? And that's the biggest thing is how do you track that stuff? So I know when people look at some of the information and the databases and what's available and what are the needs, there is just a huge bureaucracy of people and resources and things that need to be done. However, when I look at the needs of the communities and the trends and where we're going, right, whether it's the diabetes, whether it's the different kind of diseases and ailments that communities are facing, right? There's lots of things that need to be done. But I also look at the room too at the same time right now, and the people that are assembled here and my peers on the table here, there's lots of strength. 20 years ago, this group of people that exists in this room wasn't here. There was a handful of you and you would have been a different kind of culture and look kind of thing. So when I think of where we're going in the future, another 20 years, 30 years, right? It's going to be very cool to see where things are at. You think of the Wate project and the kind of the power line and the information, the infrastructure, right? It's all there, And I think where there's lots of growth is that when you look at where health programs want to go from the community perspective, right? You have to also include the bankers, the financiers, the projects, the construction guys, the educators. You can't just do it as one health group. I was talking to the Kirk meetings there a couple of weeks ago in Winnipeg, same kind of little breakout session too. And I said to the teachers, they're talking about all the same things about regional education authorities, right? And they talked about, all the barriers and the talking for the past 20 years. And I said to them, you guys are on the right path. You guys are thinking all the right things. You're saying the right things. The problem is you don't have enough of the other people that need to make it work in the same room with you, right? So that's what I'm going to encourage you guys to do is, don't just talk about the health stuff, right? There's lots of infrastructure, business opportunities, education, training, development that's absolutely critical, needed to go forward. And that's kind of where we want to go as IFNA, is filling those gaps, supporting our communities, being there with them and walking beside them. People ask me, what does IFNA do? We don't lead them. We don't walk in front of them, right? We don't walk behind them. We kind of walk beside them. So whether it's emergency or a meeting or helping the boss kind of walk in once in a while, I always stand beside him, but never in front, never behind, but just beside him. So that's kind of what we're doing, and I just wanted to share that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. I will now call upon Anjali Mego from Kiwetinoong Mechanic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anjali, and I'm the health director at Kiwetinoong Mechanic. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. However, I would like to request my, not our department's assistant health director to present the updates, and I'll be here to take any questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leona Kekpidon. I'm from Kiowan First Nation and the Assistant Health Director at Kiwetinoong Mechanic. We came on behalf of the new Executive Director. His first day is actually today, so he couldn't be here. So we're just going to be providing some updates from our tribal council. We serve the communities of Deer Lake, Fort Severn, Kiwewin, McDowell Lake, North Spirit, and Poplar Hill. All these communities are remote and isolated, and they are fly-in with a population of approximately around 3,300 First Nation people living on reserve. Although we haven't been successful in hiring a regular health transformation participation sessions in KO communities due to the pandemic, we have been working on health transformation related activities in several ways, including community engagement and meetings to establish better healthcare systems. Some of the achievements are as follows. Primary care nursing services devolution. Transfer of primary care nurses services administration to KO aligns with the health transformation process of self-determination over health. In collaboration with, in collaboration with the community leaders, KO Tribal Council ensures that community members have access to quality healthcare services in a timely manner. Policies and procedures are developed and implemented for better functioning of the nursing stations. Resources, search, and allocation is done to establish new positions in the communities to support the nursing devolution. Example would be the clinical assistant, community-based nursing administration assistant, mental health support, public health programming. The nursing devolution is an example of supporting our community in delivering their own services. So we help support the nursing transfer in Deer Lake First Nation, and hopefully our next goal would be one of our other communities in the coming year or so. So new approaches to healthcare within KO. Several community engagement meetings and focus groups have led us to develop a new approach to healthcare by utilizing elders in the community to be the first respondents to crisis situation by offering emotional and cultural support for all community members. Currently, we have at least 2 elders employed by KO to serve the communities in all KO. Elders share their life experiences and pass their cultural practices as teachers, health advisors, and counselors, and they help bring the past, present, and future in perspective to ensure cultural continuity. So, like I said, there are 2 elders in each community to serve mental wellness needs of children and youth. We also offer healthcare emergency planning. We have been supporting the ability of our communities and organizations to be skillful in planning and implementing evacuations during emergencies such as flooding and forest fires. Currently, we are helping support Poplar Hill, some of their residences have been flooded due to the current weather. So some of them are here in Thunder Bay while their homes are being assessed. Other areas that we help during evacuees are forest fires. Hopefully, we have learned in the past, such as planning and programming are community-driven and focused and First Nation controlled processes utilize collaboration and partnerships. We have been working to be self-efficient during evacuations by creating policies and procedures, guiding, planning documents, and training all our health staff and community leaders and other members in emergency management. KO has its own services established for COVID testing and are available for community members for service providers. We have testing sites in Thunder Bay, Bombertown, Sewelltown, and Dryden. Around 75% of our KO health staff are trained on COVID testing and will train anyone willing in the KO communities to assist to get a testing site. Oh, I'm sorry, to assist with COVID testing. KO also offers mobile testing for those in urgent cases or those who are immobile and cannot get to a testing site. We also offer PCR testing to anyone who traveled through the winter roads through Bombertown and Red Lake. These are just some of the examples moving forward towards better access to our services. We also offer capacity and training to our health staff. KO continues to work towards ensuring all community members will have access to healthcare services without having to leave the community for simple community needs, medical needs. We conduct community engagement sessions to know communities' health priorities and what they would like to implement in the health systems. Such community engagement sessions have helped us understand the needs, which led us to support regular professional development of our staff. Some examples would be certification in advanced foot care, phlebotomy, wound care, immunizations, and personal support workers, a palliative care worker, coordinator, discharge planner. And we also advocate to bring required resources in our community, such as ultrasound services, which we are working with SLFNHA, optometry, audiology, oral health care, and other resources to fill the gaps related to government issues, identification, to get access to basic health care in the rural areas. KO continues to support the activities towards enhancing community well-being. So this is what we've been working for in regarding or related to health transformation. If there's any questions, she will answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Matawa First Nations Management, Francis Wesley, and also from Matawa Health Co-op, we have Crystal Bell.
Hi, good morning, or is it morning? Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Wesley. I should take this off. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. I think we have 10 minutes. Okay. I'll try to be quick. Anyway, so again, my name is Francis Wesley. I'm the Executive Director of the Matawa Health Cooperative. I also have with me Crystal Bell. She's a Director of Clinical and Nursing Services for the co-op. So I'd like to first of all acknowledge the creator, our ancestors and leadership, and to all of you for being here today. And I'd like to also thank you for the kind invitation for us to present. So I think it's I'm really happy to hear what other tribal councils are doing for health transformation. I think it's important for all of us to share in the work that we're doing, and maybe help each other and learn from each other, and more importantly, to partner on initiatives that will likely be common themes that, things that we need to do in our communities. So, okay. Is this what I do? Okay. So I work for Matawa First Nations. We have subsidiary organizations under the whole organization. And the mission for Matawa is to support each other, work collectively on core priorities, use combined knowledge and resources to champion the social and economic vitality of First Nations and invest in community and people. So having said that, we have developed the Matawa Health Cooperative, and we looked at, anyway, it's a Matawa owned and controlled health cooperative to improve health care access and enhance complement the delivery of health and wellness program services within the 9 Matawa First Nations. So we have a little map on the side there that shows where our communities are located. So paving the way for innovative healthcare. So when we started this project back in 2017, we looked at other models that existed throughout Canada. We didn't go to Alaska, but I'm coming there. No, I did hear about Alaska. It was just too far for us to go. We didn't have any money at the time. So anyway, we looked at various models and looked at some of the best practices that we could use in developing the Matawa Health Cooperative. And we, of course, we engaged with all of our communities, and we worked with our health directors in the 9 First Nations. And we looked at, talked about some of the models, some of the things that may or may not work. We thought, let's just go for it. And so we decided to develop the Matawa Health Co-op. So having said that, we, in order for us to work within the co-op, is that we are community driven. So it was important for us to meet with the people in our communities, and we have done several engagements throughout the process.
So, oh, it's right there. Okay, numerous interactive meeting sessions took place in 2018 in all of our communities with health directors, leadership, and community members on and off reserve. We had youth, we had elders, we had mental health professionals, we had even some of our partners, our other health partners, all who identified the many challenges, issues, concerns over their current health service. Priority areas that were identified were mental health and addictions, diabetes, and chronic disease. I can continue. Okay, so here's what we heard, and some of you who may have heard us speak before, you may see this, or you may see this up in the room where we speak, because this is kind of our vision board, or this is our guidance model, because this is what we were told from the community members. And this is how we try to service, or how to shape our care or our services that we provide for our Matawa communities. So you can see some of the highlighted areas that we're currently working on: mental health and addictions, diabetes prevention and management, primary health care, traditional and healing and wellness services. So we're still getting at some of our key priority areas. So our recommendations: physician services. So our lack of physician services. Currently, Matawa Health Cooperative has 3 physicians that work within our 9 Matawa communities. It's been a little challenging at times, but we're providing the service, we're providing the care. A lot of our success, we have to basically, it's from working with our health partners. So we're not doing this alone. So, we work alongside with SLFNHA, with Delico, with Hearst, with Geraldton. So we have many health partners that are involved. Mental health counselors and case managers. So just recently, our team kind of grew. We went from 2 to, I think, 11. So, we're establishing that, and a lot of it's a lot of hard work, especially through this pandemic when we're all suffering, with mental health issues. It doesn't just, you don't just have to, hire the staff. There's a lot of program development, policy development, and we look to you, our health partners, to assist us. foot care specialist and nurse. So we do have a foot care nurse. We also contract out foot care services at times. We have several nurses that work with us. We have a public health team, and we also have diabetes educators that work with us. And our community engagement leads for Thunder Bay, Geraldton to assist with discharge planning, advocacy, navigating, and translating services. So we just kind of started that with the health cooperative, and it's exciting.
So we established a interprofessional primary healthcare team. So we've completed our business plan back in 2018. And as Crystal said, we hired a number of clinical staff to help the work for the cooperative. So in order for us to get there, to get the money, the government kind of dictates every once in a while. So they say, you need to have a board of directors. You need to have your bylaws. You need to be incorporated. So we did all that, and we had everything completed within a year to get all this paper stuff out of the way, so we could start doing the actual work for the communities. So with health transformation, we've established a health transformation department just recently within the co-op, and we've hired a director of health transformation, and I think he's sitting here somewhere in the room. I think he's just getting his contract. Anyway, and we also hired a community engagement coordinator, Carmen Blay. She's going to be doing some engagements with the people in the community on the nursing transfer. We're developing a physician services committee to include First Nation community members. I'll get into that a little bit more after, but we also held a Chiefs Summit on Health just recently and organized a mental health and addictions conference in December, which kind of led us to increasing our health staff just recently. We established an elders advisory committee as well to help to guide us in the work that we do. We are working with various partners within the region of Mattawa with family health teams in Geraldton, Hearst, and in Thunder Bay.
Okay, some future goals for health transformation. So we want to continue to grow and work with all Mattawa communities to improve, to improve on how health services are delivered in communities. We want to increase our mental health services to our First Nation communities. We want to develop a Mattawa physician service model to include traditional healing medicines, transfer nursing services to our First Nation communities. We'd like to develop partnerships with education institutes to develop a healthcare program for our First Nations members. So grow your own. So a lot of what you have talked about this morning, thank you, and we'll be connecting with you. We'll reestablish our relationships with all our partners. So NAN, SLFNHA, DELICO, NAWSM, and other organizations who believe in our vision. We kind of took a little bit of a big long detour with this COVID pandemic. So we're getting back on track now, establishing our own pharmaceutical and improved dental health and eye care services for our communities, and establish a midwifery program. So partners to build success. So we're working with NAN Health Transformation, continued commitment of Mattawa leadership, chiefs, councils, health directors, and community. So we're going to continue, our regular scheduled meetings, continue to work with all of Mattawa programs. So we have Francine over there. We have our social services department. We have our KCAT, so that's our adult education center. We have our Mattawa High School. So we're going to continue those. We are a member of the National Federation of Health Cooperatives of Canada. We work closely with NAWSM and the residency program to help us recruit physicians. We are a part of the Indigenous Primary Care Healthcare and Council. And of course, working with our partners here in the room, SLFNHA, KO, DELICO, St. Joe's Care Group, and other health agencies. Current healthcare services that we have. So currently we have 3 physicians and 1 nurse practitioner. We do have a temporary clinic space here in Thunder Bay. We also, our physicians, we have that team that works closely with each other. So we have a lot of internal referrals, and if you go see your physician, more than likely you're probably seeing 3 other people at your visit, just so that we get that holistic care. We have a public health initiative. We currently have 7 nurses, 1 health promotion planner, and we also have a COVID support worker because our nurses were drowning. They needed, a little bit of assistance. So we have that. And we also have a public health lead who assists with our staff. We have a diabetes and chronic disease team, which consists of 3 nurses and 1 dietitian, and we also have a foot care nurse. Our mental health services, this includes 3 youth mental health workers and 4 adult mental health counselors, and we have 1 nurse that specializes with mental health. We have our COVID support team. We have 3 community health nurses, and now new and developing is our health transformation department.
So our journey is just beginning. The things that we are working on is it's just a start. When I listened to the speaker that our guest that spoke earlier today, and I thought, wow, I'd like to go visit them, and I'd like to take some of their ideas and incorporate it into the health cooperative. So I thank you again for inviting us here. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. If not, she'll do all the answering. Delegate.
Thank you very much. We will now ask Matthew Anges from Chibougamau First Nations Council. Matthew. Matthew is way back over there.
You don't need it. Okay, there should be a PowerPoint presentation that we prepared. Miigwes kita ko na ego miigwes ticket kachoguma ki piantum ko koni chifija ba dawat gain dan chifija it kendan exchinenda go o akzi motigen ego ke genina untin khakpe kab man khadaman kab mujang nan health transformation team stay ukifakana ni chabne ani ne ko pat seot kutan shim nanak kchehak kayak ziot zot ego ke shoga apne on kanot chkagwat kaman jokopne ot ego ke kan ne boat ke stege konan ginodanan ani neka estepsek eka estepetodan ukumawan akzio ukumawan sigi se palmihapan an sinwan bigas non taman nanakumag kchehag eka ke unigi kumag eka waskatazag kagayam higuang Diki utemen tashikoning shago jakian pse we akuzon gagi ya ke gawin ko kondo ino gagi aishan wang ke ko gagi ma chitnanong ami gan motani hiwe geni na won gagi an won wang chi udan kimang tashikoning ani gewino Asian Kata Watch, Ekokani Gishwinter Watch, is an Otashka, is an Otayenta Watch, Akazi Mochigan, community engagement process Kaitamania. I'll be talking, that's mostly what I'll be on the PowerPoint. The other item that I want to talk about, Kendanagan Wanaman, Kingfisher, and Wapikika, they were approved for health transfer services from Health Canada back in 1994. Well, they applied in 1994, but they weren't approved until 1996. So they've been at it for at least 28 years to run and operate their own nursing station. But I hate to say this, but it's not as easy as it sounds. A lot of issues, a lot of things that we cannot take for granted because we're dealing with lives on a daily basis. But anyways, I'm going to take a few minutes after I do my presentation on that just to share where we're at based on my observation and also based on what I've learned since I was appointed as an ED.
Translation.
And anyways, I want to jump into my presentation. My name is Matthew Anges. I'm the Executive Director for Chibougamau Tribal Council. I was just saying that Chibougamau was involved in partnering with NAN, a transformation team, to conduct a community engagement process with our communities. And I did participate in a number of communities with our worker. And what I heard from the elders and from the patients, it's very, very alarming in terms of how our people are treated when they go out for medical support. So I'll be sharing some of these things that I'm talking about. And also, in the end, I'll be talking about a bit about those three communities that have assumed control of their nursing stations. They've been at it for 28 years, and I just wanted to kind of briefly highlight some of the things that I have seen and that should be included in this process, as well as making improvement as form of transformation. Anyways, I'm just going to jump. I don't know how much time I have. Did I use it up already? Anyways, what am I using? This one? All right, okay. Okay, introduction. We started to work with NAN at 2021, actually it's 2019, at the tail end of the fiscal year. So we hired Eno H. Anderson at first. So he was the one that was responsible to provide some promotion and education awareness. The main thing that I knew right away and what I saw immediately, and I saw this in education jurisdiction process. Majority of the people don't fully understand or have knowledge how the health system works. Same thing within education. A lot of people that we're asking, they don't fully understand how those both key programs work. How do we expect our people, our elders, to be able to provide informed feedback? We can't. We have to educate our members. And that's where promotion and educational awareness come in. So my worker was hired in November, and we covered all the communities. And of course, the history is in order to ensure equal access to healthcare, the health transformation process was started by NAN on March 31st, 2016. So Resolution 1604 called for declaration of public health emergency. This declaration asserted our right to develop a First Nations health system with full access to high quality healthcare within our communities. And there was a charter was developed between the both levels of government and other parties in 2017. Oops, I forgot. Okay, anyways, the charter process, it kind of outlines, I believe everybody knows already from NAN. The main thing is developing new approaches to improve access to better health care at the community level. That's the key word, at the community level. And also supporting the ability of First Nations communities and organizations to deliver their own services. That's another key one. We cannot continue to depend on external people or professionals. We have to try to find ways of defining what can we do, what kind of services or health programs that are provided through Health Canada to make sure they're at the community level. And for us to be able to learn how to administer them effectively and responsibly. And also changes in policy and law was mentioned, even including looking at the realistic funding models. That's another key thing, is money. Everything revolves around money. And the funding that we receive doesn't change. It always remains the same unless you go after the government and you convince them that you need the increases, but everybody has formulas. So funding, physical arrangements are very important in order for us to move forward. And of course, we have to remove the existing barriers so that the First Nations can plan, design, and manage their own services. Now, how we started our process is that the community participation model was developed on the feedback from chiefs, health directors, youth, and elders. It is an ongoing process for the community members to share their experience of the current system and how they would like to see it changed. Communities will identify their own priorities and will identify what support they would like to see or have moving forward. As Health Transformation Coordinator, which is Gordon Anderson, we hired Gordon Anderson from Casablanca to work for us because he's a former chief, he's fluent, and he knows the health issues. And we utilized him to engage with the community people and also the members. Okay, we try to strive to make sure that the strategies that we have, that it's community-led solutions to the problems identified by community members. You understand that? Oh, okay, I will keep looking over there. Anyways, there's a quote here. Now, my health director kind of came up with this. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. And I believe in that. A lot of things that we have today, it seems like we're stuck in a cycle. My field is education. I've been doing it over 40 years now. And a lot of things that I've seen with my colleagues, even my communities, even when I was working in a community, as long as we get the funding, we're okay. That's it. We're not even thinking about other things, other priorities, or other things that we need to address. We do have ability, and we do have people in a community that can make changes or enhancements in health or even in education. But we don't seem to be doing that. All these years that I've been working in education, I hate to say this, but I'll be blunt. Seems like we don't take planning seriously. We need to plan. We need to have a clear vision where we want to take health in the next 20 years. And what are we going to do to reach that vision? And it has to be written up. And it has to be clear in terms of who is responsible for this and who is going to do that and all that kind of thing. And that involves everything from budgeting, planning, and implementing any programs that you want to have, and supervision or evaluation. The challenges that we had for the past 2 years is, of course, COVID. We couldn't move forward the way we wanted to due to the COVID and due to the lockdown. But we managed to find other ways of how to reach the communities, to try to come up with new strategies in terms of how to reach the leadership, the health workers, and the elders. And also we took the time to share information as a form of promotion and educational awareness. Also, we took the time to develop a questionnaire that we want to use. I want to thank SLFNHA for their assistance. Natalie kind of stepped up and helped Gordon to develop questions. So that's what we used, and we distributed a lot of surveys. Unfortunately, after we gathered all the questionnaires, we didn't take an opportunity to review them. We just put them in a big box, and I hand deliver it to Nat, and hoping that they will be the ones to review and tabulate and compile the responses from the people. The work that we did, we went to Wapika 3 times. I went with our coordinator, and we did a radio show in both languages, and we distribute the questionnaires, and we had the feast and a meeting. That is the key. You got to bring food in order to attract the people to come to the meetings. I always wanted to do a bingo and do your presentation during the intermission and all that, but I wasn't allowed to do that. We went to Kingfisher twice. I went with him once. We had a good turnout with the elders and provided a lot of information and a lot of things that I didn't really thought it was happening. We met with the chief and council, and of course we had feasts and meetings. And I know that Gordon had individual sessions with a group of people by visiting them and calling them. We weren't able to do that much with Wawagabun. We were hoping that we would try to work with them to where they live. In Wanaman, there were 3 visits in Wanaman. Questionnaires were distributed by a local worker, a feast and meeting, but we were not able to meet with chief and council because everybody was so busy at that time. In Casablanca, Gordon did the radio shows and distributed the questionnaires and also did the interviews with elders, but they weren't unable to meet with chief and council, which was a concern to me because Gordon lives in Casablanca. Progress. All in all, there has not been much progress as we had hoped. the major was issue that because of COVID, chiefs and councils, as well as the health directors, had other priorities, so that the response from them was often slow, and sometimes it took weeks before we hear from them. It was challenging and frustrating to get people to partake. I don't mean just respect to my communities. I might get fired after this, but King Christian Wapaka had the most involvement in the community engagement. And I made every effort to help Gordon to try to get things moving and try to help him to gather as much feedback as we can. We hired local people, we hired runners, we hired young people, we did raffles, we did anything that we can think of to attract participation. We did a questionnaire that was posted on the website for the youth and people to fill. And okay, these are some of the things that have been identified by the community members from our discussion from the meetings that we had. Now, this is not from the questionnaires, because I haven't seen them. The first one is a better health transportation systems needed in the communities and in the urban areas like Solacau and Thunder Bay. Winnipeg has the very worst clinic transportation system in place. People wait for hours at a time at the airport. These delays caused hardships to the elders and to the vulnerable people. The other need is to have certified home care workers and better facilities for elders needed in the community. Elders do not want to leave the community, but they rather want to stay in their homes. But with proper care and better facilities such as elders group home, like the ones in urban centers, are required. I can't pronounce it, palliative care workers, elders and of care workers. Those workers are needed and they are very important. More and frequent visits by health professionals in the communities, such as optometrists, dentists, and even to have a cancer clinics, prenatal clinics, and invite dietitians and physios. We have a lot of people that struggle with diabetes, so many people. We did an assessment a couple of years ago when I joined Shibogama, and I couldn't believe the numbers that I've seen, even as young as 11-year-old child that has diabetes already. And that is very concerning. And it should be concerning to everyone. The other one is, of course, the housing issues. We all know that a lot of houses are contaminated by mold, and that affects health. And that results to overcrowdedness. We have people that live in a house, like at least 15 people in a house with 3 bedrooms or even 2 bedrooms. Water and sewer issues is a major problem too. We need a better drug addictions and alcohol programs. We need those workers to be certified. So training is very important. Certified CHR community workers should be active all times. I noticed that some of ours are not properly trained in the way they should be. And that's something that we all need to work on, to see what can we do to get our key resource people to get training, even if we have to start at the bottom, even if it's a community-based program, let's start from there. Give them an avenue to take the next step, even getting into college and even to university to become a social worker or whatever. But we don't seem to be doing that right now. We need more first aid training programs to be in place. Local training is not evident. Training is required for everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. Even if you think you have all the qualifications, all the credentials that you have, or even if you think you have masters, you can still learn. I have seen people that have came out of university that come and work for us in the community. And the first thing that they do is they put themselves on a pedestal, thinking that they are above us. That is not good. We need to teach our young people and our students in college and universities that you cannot think that way. We go to school for a reason, and that reason is to support your community in any way that you can. I just wanted to point that out. Healthcare workers should be trained and certified in their programming for them to be effective. We do have a lot of capable resource people that they know what they're doing, they know what to do. But the professionals that come in, they don't look at them. They don't view them as the same way as they view themselves because they don't have that paper. So we have to try to find ways how to have a system in place to start certifying our resource workers. Majority of local people do not know how the health system works. And that is a major problem for people to provide feedback. And I already said that, and I have seen that in the education process too. We need, the other thing is better garbage disposal sites. When you go to the community, you'll see what I'm talking about. We need to have a better system. People moving to urban centers for medical issues and purposes. However, their medications are not looked at after, I guess that's SLFNHA, along with their transportation costs in the cities. I don't know what it's saying, but I'm just reading that. I think it's something to do with making sure that that the people that are moving to the urban center for medical purposes, to make sure that their medications are being looked after. Sometimes when they leave, they seem to be, their medications seem to be left set aside, and also that kind of causes some problems. Or SLFNHA would not, or non-insured would not cover some of the medications. We heard that in our community meetings where a lot of time doctors would prescribe something, but it's not something that would help them, because we all know our bodies. We all know when you're sick. We all know when the medication that we're getting is not working, or we know when we need antibiotics. For example, for the past 2 weeks, I got ill, and I tried to write it out. That's what usually the doctors say. You have to write it out because it's a flu-like symptoms. And that's what I did. I laid in bed for 1 week. I took my holidays for that time, and still I was getting worse, but I ended up in emergency the second week because I wasn't getting any better. And I was there for 6 hours. And I was placed in the hallway, and that's where I was. But they didn't really know what was wrong with me. They kept us guessing that. But I demanded that I need tests. They were just going to toss me out without even giving me something. But I know my body, and I know when I'm sick. So the only way I got it is I have to demand. And I think that's what we need to do, is we have to make sure that our people have to stand up and demand action rather than just accepting the doctor's decision. A lot of times it gets worse. Just wanted to share that. We have lots of dogs in a community, as you know. People have looked at neutering and spading the dogs, so that way we control the dog population. There's an urgent need for community dialysis machines to be in the communities. And I think that's something that SLFNHA can look at. I know a lot of people don't want to leave. They want to stay in home. And I believe there are expectations in terms of how you can get the dialysis machine in a community. We already talked about better and certified diabetes health workers. We need them. And we need more training in diabetes. I already talked about escorts for elderly and elders. People that are, okay, this is a big problem. The escorts. I don't think I need to say further. We have escorts that leave the elder and do other things. I think we have to have a better system, or even select and hire the escorts to provide employment. But we need a better system. The water treatment filtering system has to be looked at too. There's a lot of issues surrounding that. The nursing stations need to be better equipped for emergencies in the communities. As you know, a lot of our nursing stations, they vary in terms of their conditions. And I know that some of the communities have been lucky to get a new nursing station. But even the equipment was another thing that they shared, that it seems like we're given some of the obsolete or outdated equipment. Nursing stations to have certified X-ray machine operators, first aid and first responders to be funded and hired to work in the communities for emergencies. Pandemic protocols, pandemic plans, and pandemic care practices to be prepared for each communities. And these are some of the needs identified by Shibokuma Health staff. Shibokuma Health staff, they outlined more training needed, capital funding for increased programming, space, and storage. A lot of nursing stations are running out of space, and that's a risk. Addiction support in the community is something else that's needed. Increased diabetes care and home dialysis. Parental and health education. Our director of nursing, who is responsible for clinical supervision responsibilities. The director of nursing is a very, very critical person. As you know, operating and running a nursing station, there are regulations, and we have to be compliant what needs to be followed. So we cannot just take things for granted, that we have to make sure that the nurses, the head nurse, are following what they need to do. So we need to improve access to Jordan's principal funds. I wanted to kind of add that, and the health director talked about the funding, training, capacity building, and vehicles, increased partnership with other First Nations, tribal councils, and other health authorities. Crisis coordinator, that's another big thing. We need to do more in terms of increasing access to quality mental health care for on and off reserve members. There's more and more dental and optometry services, access to provincial service under our treaty rights, and not to forget about off-reserve members. The main thing that I highlighted out of our process is that many people don't really know how the system works. We need to have more promotion and educational awareness. Shibokuma nurses also provide their comments, including mental health support, recruitment, and promotion, and all of that things. In summary, we try to do the best that we can, and we'll continue to do the best that we can to move forward and to be able to help out in the process. That's what's happening. So maybe 1 minute. In terms of the health transfer communities, this is something that I really wanted to share sometimes, just to share to the other communities how we started, where we are at, and what the challenges are, and what the deficiencies are, and what can we do together to strengthen for other communities or tribal councils that want to assume and take over their nursing stations. There are a lot of things that we need to look at. I just wanted to share this. As you have heard, we lost a young lady in 2014 by the name of late Rutan Quickies. Her surrounding of the death of her death, there were a lot of questions. And I just wanted to share and make it public that the family have requested to have an inquest. Both Shibokuma and Kingfisher Band fully support the family's decision that there will be a quick inquest to try to learn from it, so that way, whatever happened doesn't happen to the other communities. Anyway, thank you. And then Max, thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Frank McKay, Wendigo First Nations Council Chair and CEO. Frank?
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon already. I'm going to, I just want to acknowledge all the elders, chiefs and councilors, and all the health directors and representatives that are here this morning. It's good to see you all back. I mean, I'm sure there's not all of us here, but I'm glad to see it's a full room for this first important conference that we're having on health services. I don't want to repeat what has been said already by my colleagues. I know that everybody's aware of the broken system of health services we have, and that we are seeking to make improvements to that services we have. I know I have a lot of experiences with the current healthcare system from the time I was small, growing up on the reserve that I experienced. And I know that we had at that time our own healthcare providers, our traditional healers and medicine people within our community. One time I just want to share a short story. One time I was eating fish, and at that time you boiled the whole fish, bones and all. And what happened when I got fed, a bone got stuck in my throat, causing me severe pain. And I asked my grandmother, I says, I swallowed a bone, a fish bone. So we said, well, we'll go to our traditional healer, or consult with a traditional healer, and he will fix that. So an elder came over and he asked me where the pain was. What do you think? It was stuck in my throat. And he says, okay. And I told him where it was and so forth. So he says, okay, open your mouth. So we stuck our finger and jabbed in there and pulled the bone out. Needless to say that I didn't want to eat fish from that day on. But I got hungry, and it was a summertime, and that's all we had was fish. Boiled fish, fried fish, smoked fish. That was our diet. And I think that's very important too in terms of the diet that we had in our communities. It's very important that we were healthy. We had the traditional foods that we gathered from ourselves is healthy for us. So that's why we continue to encourage our people to go to the land, to live off the land, and to reap the benefits that the Creator has given us. So I just wanted to say that. I have a small presentation. I also want to acknowledge my health director. We have one health director in Wendigo, and that's Jethro Tate. Alan Tate is called now, and he's been working hard for our First Nations for many years, and he's got the same budget every year. No complaints yet. Yeah. So, anyways, I just want to have a PowerPoint. I don't know if they can pull it up. No. Okay. I know it's in small writing, but it's a small presentation. The convening of the Hounoring Community Voices Summit is timely for a number of reasons. That this gathering will provide us with a series of resetting our health agenda. We are all familiar and impacted by the broken health system that has been provided by Canada and Ontario. However, this forum should not dwell on the historic impacts, but we must move forward positively so we can discuss how we can make changes to improve the health system that is not currently working for our people. Therefore, this afternoon, I want to briefly provide an update on the health transformation Wendigo First Nation is engaged in envisioning. It's always important to be mindful of the background, what led to the agreement signed between Canada, Ontario, and NAN on health transformation. The glaring picture of numerous and ongoing needless and premature deaths of our people is a direct result of a broken health system. First of all, this is no longer acceptable to us. It should no longer be acceptable to the Canadian public and to the national community. The lack of oxygen in a nursing station leading to a needless death of one of our people spoke volumes of the shoddy medical care service provided to our people. We continue to describe many such instances, but today we want to provide an update of where we're going to go as a First Nations Council. Last year, Wendigo entered into an agreement with NAN to provide the support and community consultation on the health transformation. When we entered into this agreement, we were to do community consultation engagement on health transformation, getting direction from our First Nation councils. We were only able to do 3 community visits. Wendigo First Nation Council has 7 First Nations that we work for. And there are Sachiko Lake, Bearskin Lake, North Caribou Lake, Cat Lake, Slate Falls, and Couchiching, and Whitewater First Nation. Of those 7 First Nations, we were able to do 3 initial visits. We visited Bearskin Lake, Sachiko, and North Caribou. And these were the initial visits that we made, to begin the process of community engagement for our First Nations Wendigo members. So when COVID hit, that's when we had difficulty continuing on with this community process. I believe that we need to get the community involved in these discussions. I don't think we can allow the federal and provincial governments to continue to dictate how they should provide services to us. They need our input in order for it to work. One time I broke my nose playing hockey in the northern community, in my First Nation community. And what happened at that time was that we had a CHR that was the only medical contact into the system. From there, it goes to Victoria Lake, the head nurse there to be consulted on what can be done. So while I was in pain, I continued to endure the pain that I was suffering. But my mother, he came and says, "I'll fix it." And he said, "I'm going to stick my 2 fingers up your nose and crank it straight." I said, "No, better not. Let's let the experts deal with this." So as a result, that when I got a few days later, that I was able to see a doctor at the Solacau Zone Hospital, and they told me, well, it's already set. It's already too late. You should have been flown out right away, and then we could have reset your nose. So you got a choice, he tells me, whether you want to finish playing hockey first before you break your nose again, or we can break your nose now and let's see what happens. So I says, well, I don't feel that bad, other than my glasses not fully adjusted on my nose, but okay, I'll wait. So I carried on that condition for maybe 30 years. And I think I got it fixed about 15 years ago. I got it fixed here at the hospital because it was affecting my sleep. I had apnea, and it was one of the channels there was blocked. So So I had to get that straightened out and so on. So after 30 years of carrying that condition, and then 20 years later, I finally got my broken nose fixed. So I don't know if I look more handsomer now or now that my nose is fixed. No, so anyways, we in the health transformation, that the services that we get, it's not quite the same as that because we're remote. One of the hugest factors that we have to face and deal with is the remoteness and isolation of our communities. You just can't deliver services in the north the same way you deliver in urban areas. So we had to make adjustments to be able to provide that service that we need at the community level, in order to address the many health issues that we have in our communities. So the community meetings that we were going to go to, we have a worker here, Wally's heading our community engagement process, and he works with the transformation team that they go to the communities. So that's what we wanted to do. So the first thing we want to do is awareness that the NAN team shared with the community members the need for a major change in health services. At each community, the people reaffirmed the state of poor quality of the health system. Not only was there a continuous retelling of the lack of health services, but it provided an opportunity for the NAN team to share their findings and from various communities on what is being envisioned by others in the new health system. Through these community visits, the people began to understand not only the state of broken health system that is being provided by the governments, but our people began to realize through their participation, health transformations can happen. Number two was the elements of non-health transformation. Through the community meetings process, the NAN team, along with our own advisors, present the ongoing health transformation elements such as health commission, paramedics, hospital without borders concepts, indigenous law developments to guide our health services, participation at federal government's legislative process dealing with health and others. The consultation brought certain hopes of meaningful change, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, everything came to a halt. Although NAN continued to develop community meetings through virtual and other means, the effects of virtual consultation was not as effective as face-to-face dialogue. It appeared health transformations went in holding pattern protracted by funding negotiations and federal elections. The health transformation agreement signed by Liberal government was on hold by the new Ford Conservative government. Due to the delays, people began to ask questions as to the state of non-health transformation. What is a non-health transformation big picture? The community business by the non-health transformation team provided a series of potential and or actual developments within the region. As we slowly and cautiously emerge from the pandemic, we believe NAN should have initiated a resetting process whereby NAN would provide the big picture of the health transformation process, where all the health initiatives as part of health transformation such as paramedic, which he don't document, immediate health needs process, indigenous law development on health, non-participation at AFN level on federal legislation development, Ontario role and participation, and others. At the latter part of this fiscal year, Windigo First Nation Council had an agreement with NAN to provide community engagements with the communities. Having reviewed the state of non-health transformation, the state of our community health services, it is viewed that Windigo First Nation councils would focus the resources through NAN on community capacity identification and development strategies. In order for the health transformation to be realized and appreciated, we must have capacity to control and administer health services at the community level. Community level. Therefore, Wendigo First Nation Council will, number one, community leadership. Contracted Wendigo First Nations health advisors will meet with Chief and Council to provide health transformation overview, health transformation process, present status, where it's going and how and by whom, and to inform leadership of our major health transformation initiatives. Number two, health portfolio leadership holders. None will provide mentoring and support dialogue with each of the community health portfolio holders. The health portfolio holders are swamped daily with daily health crises and have very little or no external support on matters of health. With each community, we envision health portfolio holder with certain tools, information in their efforts to respond to community and health demands and needs. Oops. I'm trying to get my last page here. I think this machine doesn't respond to my command. But anyways, I'll just finish it off verbally. Number three is health directors. In each community, health directors have become the most prominent and key services providers. They coordinate all essential health services and programs, with each additional program devolved from either governments or health services providers. These health directors are expected to be the key individuals to facilitate all new initiatives, yet no additional adequate human or financial resources are provided to the community. WFNC will examine the additional capacity support required for the health directors. Number four is the health program staff. Many program staff engaged at each community do not have the required training or the skill to deliver the program. Therefore, for many, it is learning on the job. It is a reality, and these individuals are seriously making the effort to provide the services in their own unique ways as needed in their communities. WFNC will begin to determine what and how capacity should be developed at each of the communities. Number five, community health governance. The key foundation to effective health delivery service will be community-based health governance. And at this time, many of the communities have varied in the way of health committees and health boards. The responsibilities of the health services rest on the shoulders of the health director, council health portfolio holders, and in the end, chief and council. At each community, WFNC will begin discussions on options for community-based health governance system and how the particular health governance will interact with the Regional Health Commission. The progress of these initiatives at each community will be subject to community pandemic health protocols, and many of these initiatives will proceed with agreements from each community to proceed. In closing, WFNC efforts on health transformation is to begin identifying community-based health capacity developments, and WFNC will continue to note gaps in health services at the community levels. The WFNC communities have already identified their priorities and health services at the community level, but more work needs to be done in this area. To be successful in improving health services and reaching the goal of health transformation for our communities, WFNC will be required ongoing human financial support to continue this vital task of health transformation. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. I'll call upon James Morris. Oh, there he is.
Thank you very much. I want to apologize for the heat in this room. It's not from all the hot air you heard this morning, it's the heating system. It was, I was in front, it was too cold this morning. And then when they turned up the heat, now it's too hot. So we're gonna turn it down again. So I apologize for that. I want to give some gifts to our speakers here. If I can get Anne Marie to come and give me a hand. When we used to have chiefs meetings back in the late 80s and 90s, the late chief of Miskigogamack, Roy Kaminowas, used to bring a pound of wild rice to all our Ontario chiefs meetings. I don't know how many people there were, a couple of hundred at least, but he used to give everybody a pound of wild rice. So that I kind of took that from him as a role model, and that's what I like to do with our guests when they come here, is to give them a blanket and a pound of wild rice. Do we have a recipe that goes with it? There's this.
Thank you very much, James. I'd like to thank the presenters in providing the update where their health services are, and specifically looking at the updates on health transformation. I think, as listening to the presentations, we have a tremendous amount of resource. And when we get together, we can do a lot of things. So I think we need to move forward that way. Where lunch is ready, and we'll come back at 1:30. At that time, we will do on the engagement process, and we'll go have a first breakout session later on in the afternoon. Before you do, snip the staff. All staff meeting at Viking Room during lunch, 12:30 at Viking Room. Also, the travel and meal checks are ready. See Chris and Deborah outside the door by the registration. With that, thank you very much. We'll break.
I'm just going to say grace.
Okay. We're going to be breaking for lunch. But before you do that, the elder is going to say thanks for the food. Yeah.
Bonjour. I can speak English too good, and I have to talk a cheap way for praying for the blessing with that put there. So let us pray now. I'm trying to get into the name of Jesus Christ. Get on to knock on go where me to take to give me look at the window go me chang. Me to give me the sky gong man chocolate. Me to give me the sky gong man we are soon on. And so Baba is going to smile being the guy young sir and Mishnah. Me look at the again Mishnah. Me Snam Sky see and the again the mass strong and to say the guy be up can have marking. Can I get going? Exkitoin, Anine Pichan, Makegun, Mark Chibagis, Gogayam, got me West County, Nakamugo, Kinagon, County Joskinago, it is the cousin, St. Jesus Christ. Where the speed of God take out me, Chan. Yes, I don't know how me, Chan, to give me the Skagong, to give me no to young men, to give me about 2 chunks for his. Mr. Yam, the case Nakamugo, it is the cousin, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Elder. We'll break for lunch. I'll be reconvening at 1:30. Okay. Yeah, 45 minutes. Any longer than that would constitute a big feast time. Thank you very much. We will push back the starting time to 1:45. Okay. Good afternoon. We're going to be reconvening very shortly. If I can ask the participants to start taking their place. Where's my town crier? Need to let people know in the hallway to begin coming into the conference hall. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. If I can have people take their places. Just a reminder that always be mindful of the public health measures. If we encourage people to wear their masks if they so feel to do so and not to feel strange about it. Also wash your hands and sanitize your hands every chance you get. And if you, by any chance, have any symptoms, you're required to isolate and test. COVID tests are available. There's a limited number here at this particular time. Also, I was reminded to let the group know the evening dinner banquet. The drum singers will be here at 5:30 and they're going to be calling the people in, and the banquet will start at 6 o'clock. So please make note, and then we're not going to be here all night. There's set a time that we should be out of here by 8 o'clock because I know some people want to go, what do they call it? The big house. So you'll have time to go to enrich your pockets if you so wish there. If I can ask to have the doors closed, please. I'd like to call the meeting to order. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Lana Ray. She is an associate professor and research chair in decolonial features, Indigenous learning from Lakehead University. Please make welcome Dr. Lana Ray. Doctor.
Miigwech Bojo, and I think I have a presentation that's on its way up. Perfect, Miigwech. So Bojo Weshkini Gijigo Gindigo Ajao Kanoje Nadodam a Plaganis in the Dunjaba. My name's Lana, and I'm really honored to be here today. And I'm trying to be mindful of time, so excuse me if you see me looking down a little bit. Once I get going, I could keep going sometimes, so I want to make sure you have plenty of time for your breakout sessions. So when I was asked to be here today, I kind of thought about what I would speak about. Want to acknowledge the drum here, all of the elders, and there's so many others who I recognize here for all of their efforts and work that they've been doing for health transformation. So I myself too am not from a community that SLFNHA services. So what I really want to share is my own story with health transformation and how I made those connections myself between engagement, health transformation from my personal perspective. And so I hope that some of what I share will be valuable for you today, but please feel free to take anything that resonates and leave the rest as well. So maybe next slide, please. You have the clicker up there. Oh, perfect. Good. I'm also not used to in-person presentations anymore. So this is just one of the medicines that have been helping me. And in terms of my own story of health transformation, I actually have a very significant autoimmune disorder that I've had since childhood. And so I'm going to tell a little bit of that story and my own process of dealing with that. So when I was younger, I went to a doctor, received a diagnosis, and was sent to a specialist who has a very specific scope of practice. I was put on actually a variety of clinical trials, and then I received some treatment in Western medicine as a result of those clinical trials, biologics that I was on for about 15 years. So during this time, I took the medicine as was prescribed, and that's kind of what I did. I took the medicine that my specialist had prescribed to me. So what the medicine did, it essentially was suppressing my immune system. So for about 15 years, I more or less, didn't really have a functioning immune system. And I started to get really, really sick. So a simple cold, I'd be sick for, a month. I'd have infections, abscesses. I was tired all the time, among other things. And so I started to have conversations with my specialists about this and see if there was something else that I could take for my condition. And what I was always told was just take your medicine. There's nothing else that we could do for you. So it got really bad to a point and I was feeling really desperate. So I decided I was just going to start going it on my own. So I went off the medication without the support or actually without even the knowledge of my specialist. And I dealt with something that was called a rebound effect. So essentially the condition that I was being treated for, what the medicine did when I came off it is it made it worse than it ever was before. So I was in a pretty rough state and I knew I needed to do something about it. So I started doing some of my own research and I started expanding my circle of healthcare as much as I could, talking to other people from different organizations. And so part of my team, I began to see a naturopath, as well as a traditional healer. And I was able to find a general practitioner and a specialist who is a bit more open in terms of working in a more holistic healthcare team. So the result of this had been kind of in terms of my transformation, Instead of dealing with what I understood to now be the symptom, which that medication was doing for the past 15 years, I started to deal with some of the underlying issues of that and learn more about what those underlying issues were from my new healthcare team. So some of the things that I was told was there was issues with my gut. The traditional healer told me that it was basically my blood is poisoned, and that's what was poisoning the rest of me. And what I was seeing was those symptoms of what we commonly refer to as a specific autoimmune disorder. In seeing other healers, I've had a blockage removed. I had work that I have to do for myself that I'm still doing related to childhood grief and trauma. I was told that was a big part of my condition as well. Different medicines to clean my blood, an anti-inflammatory diet. So I started only eating wild meat, no refined sugar, no processed food, basically none of the W's and some other things as well. Started to work on the advice of a traditional healer too around meditation and really rethinking my lifestyle in terms of the pace that I work at. I was given directions in terms of reparations for the land as well, and some other things too. So in that process, it's still my health transformation process is ongoing, but I've seen some improvements within my health. I've had a significant weight loss as well, and just trying to live minobamajazuin as well. So I just wanted to share that story as a jumping off point because I'm still in my journey for health transformation as well. But for me, in reflecting and thinking about my story, it's helped me understand, I think, even a further path forward for my transformation. And I just wanted to share this. These are 3 levels of engagement. And I found this was from a really great article I found on Cree youth engagement in health planning. And so when I think about engagement and I think about my own process, I think where I started was in a participation phase. And often in terms of engagement with Anishinaabe First Nation communities, this is pretty typical, right? Sometimes there'll be a incentive or a draw and come to an information session. So basically you're there, you're not necessarily an active participant. So in my own healthcare journey, this is where I started. So actually when I was seeing my specialist, he would, it was probably an extreme version. He would schedule 5-minute appointments. So I'd wait months and months, and then I'd sit at the clinic and I'd wait, 45 minutes, an hour or so for my appointment. And then I had 5 minutes and I was kind of shoot out the door. So an extreme case, but that's where I started. And then when I think about how I move forward, there's a second level of engagement, and it's membership. So this is really a place where maybe you're asked within a specific limited scope to provide some advisement. So an example of this would, when I started seeing my naturopath, one thing that was really affirming and helpful for me is our first appointment was actually an hour and a half. And for that hour and a half, she just listened to my story. So in that way, she was still, when we started working together, very much, I'd say, kind of driving that process, but I was helping to inform her decision-making. So that's kind of that second level of engagement. And then the third level of engagement, where I think I'm at now, and probably still sharing this with my healthcare providers, but more in terms of a decision maker. So I've organized my team of people who are providing healthcare to me. I come with my own information, we discuss it. I am given options of a plan and I decide how I want to move forward. So that's that third level of engagement. So how could we within health transformation individually as well as systematically actually be the lead, be those decision makers within our healthcare transformation? Now, I just want to talk a little bit about that process. It took about 3 years on an individual level. And so I'm thinking about, right, the work that everyone is trying to do with a vast territory on a structural level. And for me, that was, right, 3 years kind of working at it every day to go through that different levels of engagement. So I made note of this as limitations to my engagement, but I think maybe a better way to think about it is pathways through engagement to that level of decision making. So some of the things that I really had to consider was, firstly, my level of knowledge and awareness. So for myself, when I began my healing journey, I was working within a very limited scope of what my issues were in terms of my health. So I didn't have different information. So when I started to sit and talk to my specialist and they told me, this is your only option, I didn't question it. I just said, okay. And I took the medication and I did that for 15 years. So there was kind of that idea. I didn't know what I didn't know. And that was a barrier in terms of me proceeding in terms of those different levels of engagement. Another piece was privilege in different ways. So I had healthcare coverage. The medication at first seemed to work. So I was kind of in a good place. So I didn't really have to seek out alternatives. So I had to think about how that privilege or that comfort maybe impacted my ability to move forward, maybe think beyond the scope of what I was considering possibilities for my health and work towards that transformation. Another component related to that was worldview. So was still working within this biomedical model of health as well. And so I really wasn't thinking about my autoimmune disorder as having a relationship with something like childhood trauma, for example. Grief, that's something else that I was told that I'm still working through, as well as my blood. No one ever talked about my autoimmune disorder as a blood disorder before. And settler colonialism, that was a big piece of it too. So the ways in which foreign systems still continue, right, to kind of shape our ways of knowing and being in the possibilities that we have. And so in terms of settler colonialism, I know everyone here is well versed in understanding that process of elimination, both physically, but also socially and culturally, as a way for Canadian states to secure their own sovereignty and title over to our lands. And those happen in big ways, but also every day in the day-to-day, we see that happen. So in terms of my own experience, when I would start to bring forward these different, as I was learning information and I'd bring forward to my healthcare practitioner, what about the relationship of diet with my autoimmune condition? No, there's no linkages there. And I was made to feel like I was stupid in what I was bringing forward, like I wasn't valued. And so I almost felt then when I would bring things forward, or if I talk about things that were kind of outside that Western worldview, I'd really have to qualify them. So it wasn't really a safe space for me to bring up or explore some of these alternatives. And in addition to that, I remember when I was really little, the last person I remember in my family talking about medicines and using medicines was my Auntie Mary, and she died when I was really young. So even in terms of my parents, for example, they tried so hard to help me, and my mom was always, trying to advocate for me and different things, but also we just didn't have that knowledge in our family anymore. So it's really difficult to try to reconcile how we could engage in our own ways of knowing and being in a profession in healthcare that really has been a main site of colonialism here in Turtle Island. And then another piece I think is that proximity. So again, I just didn't have the exposure. When I started, I didn't know where to reach out. Not every door was the right door for me. So those were just some of the things that I found were barriers, or once I was able to identify them and start to overcome some of them, were actually pathways forward for me in terms of my level of engagement. And I just wanted to mention this quickly. This just, I think, ties on some of those pieces around levels of awareness and picking up on colonialism as also being a barrier. This is a theory by a guy named Lukes, and he talks about there being 3 dimensions of power. And he talks about that first dimension as really being able to have direct action to secure compliance. So we're very familiar with that in terms of direct force. Sometimes there's a long and ongoing history of that for Indigenous peoples in relation to the state. But it also could look like, access to care, access to different types of care as well. But what I really want to focus more on is the second and these third dimensions of power. Because for me, these really played a prominent role in a barrier for me to engage as a decision maker in my healthcare way, in a way that could be transformative. So the second dimension is about suppressing conflict. And there's different ways, but this is a little less direct or a little less obvious, but it could happen by influence or manipulation or authority. And we see this dimension in different aspects or facets in our life. We see this in resource development as well, right? When we have to work within specific frameworks for environmental assessment, that could kind of limit the way that we view or work towards things. So in terms of influence, it could look like you're convincing others to comply through various means, like maybe like a really good argument. Authority, others comply because you recognize your authority, or manipulation. Others comply because they don't have an awareness. So when I think back to my experience, I saw all of these at play. I was always raised, to not really question authority. And that was something that was really ingrained. So when I had a specialist who was telling me things, at first I didn't think twice about it. And I didn't think that the information that I had about my however many years of experience living with the condition was as valuable. And when I asked about information, people didn't give me the information that I needed. I had to go and seek it out, and it was really challenging to be able to find that information and to sift through it as well. And even in terms of influence, so in my particular case, I actually had some of the doctors who were working with me were involved in clinical trials. So actually had big research projects that were funded, and I was their research participant without really understanding this. So I saw this second dimension at work quite a bit. And then the third dimension, I think all of it built up to when I first started trying to address my condition. I really didn't even see or understand that there could be other alternatives. So that's that third dimension of power. So when you're really incapable of imagining an alternative. So I'm gonna speak about that a little bit more. So I just want to move on to some principles or implications for designing health transformation, at least for my own health transformation. These were things that were meaningful to me. The first one was responsibility, and thinking about even my own individual responsibility. So when I actually think back and I'm honest with myself, when I was first prescribed the medicine for my autoimmune condition, I wasn't ready to make changes for my own health transformation. And I could admit that, right? I had the medicine, I was young, I had other things on my mind, and I didn't want to put the work in to change my diet and do these other kinds of things. it wasn't a priority for me. So I really had to think about that and that importance of personal responsibility. And even too, I learned about that a lot more by working with the traditional healing. I got a lot of homework from my traditional healer, which took a lot more time than me taking my medication every 2 weeks that I had to do. So that was a piece of being honest with myself. And I think it was a part of me working through colonialism as well, because part of that colonialism has been taking control out of our hands and putting it in the hands of others. So we see that right with different systems, our healthcare systems, our food systems, our education systems, our law systems. So there's that whole process of moving that locus of control outside of ourselves individually and outside of our communities. And so how do we take those back, and what is then the work we have to do and our responsibility to do that, to have that control and do that responsibly. So for me, that was a big moment that I had to accept. I was really mad for however many years that I was on this medicine and it made me sick, but part of it was my responsibility too. And then I think another piece related to that for me was humility. Again, that piece of not knowing what I didn't know, and really being open to learning, even if something, seemed it's not what I thought the answer I was going to get. So when I was first told, you have to work through your trauma, I wasn't expecting that to come out, and so I had to reconcile what I thought needed to happen and be open to other opinions and other ways forward. Another one was seeing strength in difference as well. So, and working together. As I mentioned, in part of my earlier experiences, I was really apprehensive, and sometimes some different health professionals could be defensive when I said I was working with someone else or things like that. So I even thinking about that more broadly and how it's important that we maintain distinctiveness, but not if it's going to be to the detriment of being able to move things forward. So how sometimes do, different jurisdictions or things like that get in the way of a process of health transformation. So for myself, that was something that I had to navigate and work with. Again, seeing strength and difference, respecting people's differences of opinions. And this is something that I heard from Jim Dumont, talking about how Anishinaabe perspective always being life affirming. So I just tried to, if someone said something I don't agree with, and sometimes I get kind of angry about it, or why are they saying that? But I've tried to think about this principle of being life affirming, assuming there's good intentions, and taking the time to understand where that is coming from. The importance of accessible information as well. That's something that is still hard for me as I work through my own transformation process, but having accessible information. Understanding that my contribution was valuable as well. So I didn't have the whole puzzle, but I definitely had pieces of the puzzle. And so acknowledging that embodied knowledge that I brought to the process of health transformation, even when sometimes I was made to feel that it wasn't really valuable. So I think that's an important principle in health transformation, that everyone has something to contribute that is valuable. And if it's able to be brought together in a particular context that values humility, working together, difference, under the umbrella and impetus of responsibility, I think that could be really powerful. Some other pieces are understanding about living Minobamajazawin. So again, that framework that I was starting with was pretty narrow in terms of thinking of health transformation. And when I looked at my process, I guess we could think about it as maybe mental health, but there was social work aspects in it. There was aspects related to my own work. There was other aspects. There was environmental aspects as well. So to work towards that health transformation, I really had to move outside of that framework of health and how we conceive of health. And that process of compartmentalization too, right? That's also part of that colonial process of trying to divide our knowledges, divide our strengths and our skills as well. And related to that too is the importance of land to health. So I think that goes back to that idea of compartmentalization as well. So for me, that was really difficult to hear when I had a traditional healer tell me, because I always thought about myself as, you know, I love the land. I feel like I take my responsibility seriously to care for the land. But when I was told part of my condition is I had to make reparations to the land, and that was a different way of looking at myself that I never thought about before. So how am I actually, you know, impacting the land, and how did I impact the land in a way that I have to make those reparations? So that was a key learning for me. And I'm sure, right, we all know this as well. Like, it was really sad. I saw some of the news articles about not being able, some people couldn't go smelting this year because of the poison, or different things like that. So how is that relationship with land fully integrated into that process of health transformation? So if we're going to have our medicines as part of health transformation, how do we ensure we always have those medicines, and those medicines and their spirits are healthy and strong to help care for us? And then I would say identifying what is ours. So there's a term, it doesn't refer to white people, but this idea of whiteness, so that there's a particular way of doing things that's considered kind of the standard or normal way. And that normal way, more or less, has been a way that's, you know, wasn't our traditional ways. So the importance of identifying what is actually ours, knowing that our cultures aren't static, so it changes, but what are the things that we, after critical reflection, want to keep and claim as ours? And what are things that we've just maybe adopted as ours because we've just, it's been ingrained into us now, and it's just kind of, right, been something that's continued on. So for me, that was, right, even some of the recipes that I had grown up with, those were mine, but some of them I had to adapt, for example, to fit with my new diet that I have to eat. So that would be one of the other things. And I think that is probably one of the most difficult things too, even in terms of some of what I was told about having to kind of slow down. I had to really think of me working in the academy. A challenge is, right, I have to kind of adapt or be a certain way sometimes to be able to succeed in that world. But it wasn't necessarily what I needed for my health transformation. And in the short term, it's valuable, but in the long term, it's not something that is going to serve me well. So that was another learning that I had. And so maybe just to close with this, I don't want to introduce too many theories, but this is actually some of the work I do is in regards to education, and some of the work I do is really thinking about how do we actually do that work in education that brings in our own ways of knowing and doing. So this work comes from that context, but I think we could adapt it for health transformation. So it talks about kind of different levels of transformation or, you know, integration of Indigenous ways of knowing and doing. And the first one is inclusion. So this would really be about something like do we have more Anishinaabe people working as doctors, more Indigenous doctors? So it's how do we make additions in the current structure, but we as Anishinaabe people still bear the burden of change to adapt to a system. So that's kind of that first level. The second one is about reconciliation. So how can we attempt to alter that structure somewhat? So an example of this could be something like having a traditional healing department within Western Hospital, for example. So there's some changes there. But then when we're really thinking about decolonization, that's that total redesign of how do we actually, take down what's there so we have a clear view of what we're working with, and build something that is reflective of our ways of knowing as well as our ways of being. So it's informed by Indigenous worldviews, and it also is always challenging. What's that whiteness or those logics of colonialism that are really embedded within our process? And I just to close, I included this picture here. There's a Maori scholar, and she talks about we could rather have a place that has a medicine garden, or we could actually have a landscape that is all of our own medicines. And maybe, as part of that, we have an English garden. So I always kind of think about that, especially the work I do at Lakehead, because the medicine garden is great, but it makes for a really great analogy for people to think about that. So when thinking about that decolonization, some things to think about, right? So how are even healthcare new systems being structured? So are we still working within Western understandings of disease? So for example, and I'm just putting this out here to kind of maybe cause some disruption and conversation, department for cancer, or is there ways that maybe thinking about interrelationships about wellness or disease may look different from our own perspectives? Even when we're thinking about pay structures within our institutions, are we thinking about that very individually, or are we thinking about that on a community level with added value? And how maybe our own organizations and institutions could contribute to different classes that exist within our own communities and the impacts of that. So those are two, kind of maybe out there ideas, just to again cause a little bit of disruption or conversation. But maybe I will just leave it at that. So Chimikwech, and I'll pass it on to James.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lana Ray. With that, I'm going to call James Morris to further elaborate. Community engagement.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a few comments prior to you going to your breakout sessions. One of the things that I wanted to show you, could somebody put my deck up there? How do I use this? Don't use that. Okay, this year, normally the strategic plan for the health authority is done by a mixture of board and staff. This year, the board themselves, with invitations to the Chiefs Committee on Health and Tribal Councils, did the strategic plan. If you were to look at both of them, you would see that previous strategic plans were focused inwards. towards the organization. We've had some success with that. I remember 1 year when we did the strategic plan, so one of the priorities that we had was to raise money for health programs. And Saul Mamakwa ended up in that committee to raise money. And he kind of went overboard. Instead of raising money just for the health authority, he ended up raising money for raising $222 million for all Native people in Ontario. So we pulled him off that committee and sent him down to Queen's Park in Toronto, and he's still there. And he was just recently re-elected again, and he'll be here tomorrow with us. If you look at this year's the strategic plan for the next 5 years, you see that it's focused on the communities, okay? The focus is to the communities this time. And one of the directions that we have is community ownership. We were told there's a big gap between the health authority and the people that live in the communities. They don't know who we are. They don't even have a name for us. They do for Tikanagan. When they say Tikanagan, they know what Tikanagan is. They know what Tikanagan does. But for us, they have no name. I guess that the people that speak English, they say Solokot First Nations Health Authority, but in the language, inside their culture, a lot of people don't know who we are. Some people think that we own the hospital. They know we own and run the hostels. That's the part that's clearest. But all the other stuff that the health authority does the people, a lot of people have no idea what we're doing. And when I'm in the communities talking to them, they refer to us as you guys. You guys out there. Yeah. So can you put the presentation back on the board? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you guys are screwing up. Yeah, that's the one. I was just trying to ask you, how do I move it forward? What? Okay. So, so one of the directions then is that we have community ownership. We want to spend time with the people, a lot of time with the people, telling them about what it is that we do. We want them to get to know us. That's one of the things. And hopefully come up with a good name for us instead of just you guys. I don't want to be known as you guys community, you guys First Nations Health Authority. But that's basically what they call us now. So we're going to be developing a communication strategy, and we wanted to do a community research project, PRP, participatory research project. I don't want to use the word research because among a lot of people, research is a dirty word among Native people because we've been researched a lot by every conceivable type of researcher coming into our communities to research us and saying that it's for our benefit. Then when the research is done, they leave and that's it. We never hear of them or the research ever again, or if what we gave to them had any benefit. So we want to call it a community engagement strategy and just basically spend a lot of time with people, focus on spending time with the people in the communities and talking to them. And we want to improve our community relations. The other direction is health transformation. We want to be involved in the health transformation process because we have to change the way our healthcare system is now. We have to change it. It's time for a change. One of the things I was thinking about is, at least in my area, in Big Trout Lake, the first time our people saw a doctor was on July 5, 1929. Doctor came up with the treaty party. And they set up a clinic for him, a teepee, right in the middle of the clearing. And he saw patients there. And it's basically been that way ever since then. All the great doctors that we've had for all the years who have worked with us in the communities through Solocot or wherever have come from afar. So if you think of that as a supply line, it's been a supply line that's worked well for most of the time. And it's helped our people a lot. But I think the COVID pandemic that we had last couple of years showed them that we're vulnerable. As good as that lifeline is, it's vulnerable. Because we started losing doctors. I guess because of the pandemic, people didn't want to leave home too far or too long. They wanted to be closer to their families, so it became very difficult to find new doctors and to keep the doctors that we had. And we came very close to shutting down the emergency department in Solocot once. But through the efforts of the doctors that we do have on our own medical director, Dr. Farrell, filling in the gaps, we managed to keep it open. But Red Lake had to close their emergency department, I don't know, at least once, maybe more. So we need to fix that. We need to fix that. We need to find new ways of doing things. And this is where we will look to the people to help us decide how that can be done. Because this is their health we're talking about. They can't walk away from it. We can't walk away from it. We have to design something different that will work for us with our rules, how we want it done. The other one is service experience. What Howard Mashaki told you this morning about his wife, Jeannie, what she went through to try and get help. 16 months we worked with government departments, federal, provincial, and even agency departments to try and get the help that his wife needed. And we couldn't do it. Why? The policies. The policies got in the way. The last meeting that we had with that group, I said, I want you to leave your program and your policies at the door. And I want us to focus on just deciding what we need to do to help Jeannie, okay? What's her needs? How do we fix it? They couldn't do it. They just could not do it. Everyone who spoke eventually came back to policy. I can't do it. And when I had a meeting with, when we had a meeting with the Deputy Minister of Canada, I told her those policies are no good for Jeannie. They don't help her. They're the wrong policies. We need to come up with policies that will help Jeannie deal with her needs. We had a list of needs that were about that long. And maybe we got 2 or 3 done, that was it. And that's not acceptable. And that's what we need to change. We need to take over the power of making policies. When when the federal government announced the health transfer policy, they actually billed it as self-government. Okay? They actually built it as self-government. They're giving Native people programs over to Native people to run themselves, and they built that as self-government. But when Ovid Mercady was a national chief, he sent me to Iceland to the Circumpolar Health Conference to tell people that health transfer is not self-government. There's one piece missing. They give us the program activity to do. They give us the money to do it, but they hold the control of the program. So it's kind of like self-government without power. That's what health transfer is. We need to change that. So to me, all the work that we're doing now, whether it's implementing the SNHA health plan, or if we don't succeed, we're taking control through the health transformation process, we will not have gone very far. Because we need to have the power to make policies that will help Genie and all our people in the communities. And that's where we need to talk to the people. And this is where we need to start. As I said this morning, when we talk about health, we're talking about their health, okay? Not my health, not your health. It's the health of the men and women sitting at their homes and wherever. My home community, Cat Lake, Pekanscom, everywhere. What we want to do at this meeting is we want to discuss a community engagement process with you. We want to know if you think it's possible to do a one-year community engagement process for all 33 communities. We want to hire workers to work in their communities for a year and just talk to people, to whatever means. A thorough, comprehensive consultation, community engagement process. We're not going to fly in, have a meeting, and fly out again. We're not going to organize small focus groups of specialists or different groups. No, we want to talk to everyone. Everyone, give ourselves the time that we need to talk to all the people. This morning, I told you that in Alaska, at the South Central Foundation, they have a banner that says 65,000 people. I want to put a banner up at our office that will say 25,000 voices. Okay? We need to do that. It's time we talk to our people. It's time the people spoke. And that's why we call this meeting Honoring the Voices of People. To honor and respect our people's voices, to listen to them. It's time we did that. I want your comments on whether you think it can be done and some ideas of how you think it should be done. We have different sized communities. We have some communities that have 50 people. We have other communities that have 3,000 people. What should the numbers be and how we do that? We're going to have to find a good way of analyzing the data that comes in. This morning, you heard from the tribal councils when they gave their updates on the work that they did so far. That's a lot of data. Okay? Can you imagine how much data we're going to get if we talk to all the people for a whole year? It's going to be fantastic. And in there are the answers that we need. One of the things that's really impressed me about the NOCA system is that it was after listening to their people and analyzing what the people said, talking about their needs and what they wanted, that resulted in the integrated primary care teams that he talked about. I call them the primary care pods. Right now in Solacot, for one person to come from my home to Solacot, you need to talk about 4 or 5 different people working for 4 or 5 different organizations from 4 or 5 different places, locations. No wonder people fall through the cracks. Their consultation process evolved into the primary care teams. All the things that you need are in that one room. And I saw them. And you people who are going to Alaska in a couple of weeks, I want you to make sure you take a good look at their integrated team. Those are the kinds of things that we'll find when we talk to our people. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's pretty straightforward. These are the groups that you'll be going into. Are you going to do this? Okay. And Wally's going to explain that to you. Be good.
Thank you very much, James, for the presentation, and Dr. Anna Ray. Now we're going to be breaking into groups for a discussion. Has this been circulated, staff? Should have everyone on the tables. These are the groups. Okay, there's 5 breakout groups. Scandia. Can you find out where those lists are? Who is the staff member here? Can you circulate them to the table, please, right away? Maybe you could help her there, somebody. First of all, I want to identify the facilitators, okay? Scandia room is going to be here, and the facilitator is going to be Anne-Marie Kakigamic and Pearl Mamakwa. Anne-Marie, where are you? There's Anne-Marie, and where's Pearl? Stand up, stand up. And that's Pearl Mamakwa there. They're the facilitators here. In number 2 group is in Odin room. And the facilitator is James Morris. Of course, you know him here. And Carla Duncan. Carla, where's Carla? Oh, stand up. She's going to be the other facilitator in Odin room. That's the yellow group. Also in Icelandic room, the facilitator is Stan Wesley. Stan, where's Stan? What? Back in the room already. Christine Sawanis. Where's Christine? Well, you'll find Stan Wesley and Christine over there in Icelandic room. Red, that's the red group, okay? Now, group number 4 is Biking Room A, and that's the blue group, and the facilitator is Charles Mikas. Where's Charles? They're in the room. And Susan Chapman. They're in the room. I wish they were here because people need to know who you are to go and see you. Viking Room B, that's a green group, and the facilitator is Lynn Marie Manitowabi. They're in the room. And each of these groups will have a recorder. Okay. So you should have each table should have just tell you which group you're in. Okay. And we're going to be breaking shortly. Now, before you go, hello, just a minute. These sessions are not for complaining about health services. We know all those complaints. We've talked about them over and over again. This session is moving forward to look for solutions and answers. And I've been to communities, I've asked them, what are the solutions? And nobody says anything. If you complain, if you say, here's the problem, you should have the solution also in terms of what you want. Okay? It's envisioning into the future and doing something different. I asked people, and they said, well, we want a bigger nursing station. We want a hospital. And I said, look, a nursing station, that's what the government gave us. That's what fails us so much. Why do you want that? And they say, we want a hospital. And you say, sick place. You know, why do you want to have a sick place? Because those concepts don't fit in what you want. You gotta change those things. You gotta have words. That's right. James and I had a discussion because we're having problems translating hospital without borders. How do you translate that in their language? There's no way. It doesn't make sense. The concepts don't work. So you need to be able to come up with these ideas, new ideas, and that's what you're going into the work, into the places. That's what James has talked about. That's what Doctor has presented to us, of new thinking. Let's think outside. Let's go to your breakout rooms, grab coffee, and we will be back here in 3:20, okay? The facilitators are there. Thank you. People in Scandia room group, Anne-Marie is going to be over here. So if we can have the people in Scandia room move over here, please. Thank you. Oh, great. Okay. Okay, can I get people in Scandia room over here for Anne Marie here?
We have the 3 tables here with the mics for Scandia. Our Scandia crew. Where the mics are, with Chakaya and over here.